正就是这2天也不是很舒服嘛，就老也睡不好。
那你不喝中药吗？
又没有什么毛病了。如果真的是生病的话，你再喝嘛，对吧？我只是有点不舒服而已。哎，我看看宝宝今天长多大了。
这个打不开。
这个吧，是写什么呢？
你写。
美国。你先看看怎么样，写的还可以。
忍者屋。
忍者屋。
这样。写。妈妈。写飞机场。
飞机场。我搜一下这个飞机场的繁体哈。小时候练毛笔字才写过。
去看一下。妈妈。博物馆。
博物馆。行。
妈妈。写。闪的汪嘎。
你是说咱汪嘎吗？
对。
你看
A， 这是 A。
是我写了。
这边还有一个。
写了，这儿有，你看。
这个下面还写个农场，绿箭的汪嘎农场。
农场。哎，我喜欢这2个字，我写的好。哦，原来你这个跟你的这个小镇还挺。
这个呢？
博物馆。哇哦，那你告诉我哪儿是美国？
还要再写一些东西。
对，你飞机场还没用呢。
用啊，这里在呢。
哦。
这个地区就是飞机场。
对。
飞机场，还有飞机的车。
野餐地区。我饿了，我一写到这个野餐我就觉得饿了。
野餐。
有道理。
To show something. Ninja house. And this is a longa
farm.
Farm, yeah. Farm. And then look, this is museum.
Wow.
Let's finish.
煲你得未？
邊段啊？小圖。好，話邊段啊？
先温先啦，先温嘅1.2小圖紅，順便俾我校音，然後玩完呢段試埋我個唱歌個咪。
So my topic. I want to talk about so I would like to talk with a village. Co-village. This photo, and I'd like to how the different accounts about the past lost a lot of activities.
冇人想坐中間，擺部 iPad 跟住有張相咁樣。
Good morning, everyone. Professor Lowe, thank you very much for offering me an opportunity to say a few words at the outset of your important conference focusing on wind, water, and cloud in China-related spaces for the Anthropocene cultural imaginary. I'm very sorry I'm unable to join you in person for what looks like a very compelling program, one that promises to open a space for wide-ranging but also probing discussions. I'd like to congratulate the organizers, especially the Anthropocene and Contemporary Chinese Culture Research Committee, for framing what on the face of things are almost poetic concepts, wind, water, cloud, in relation to vast fields of inquiry that will undoubtedly be decisive for our collective futures whether we're located in China or some other part of the world. The significance of Anthropocene studies, long recognized by those who have been centrally involved with the relevant issues, is increasingly a matter of pervasive acceptance, the current pandemic having done much to foreground the unintended consequences of human actions that are underpinned by a fundamental lack of human modesty, by failure to see the human species as an integral part of nature. With its foregrounding of the problematic entailments of a profoundly instrumental stance towards nature, the conference opens a space where alternative traditions of thought, be they religious, philosophical, political, or artistic, can be explored, and this with the urgency that the present moment truly requires. I wish the conference every success and look forward very much to hearing about it when we next have a chance to meet face to face. Bye.
So hello everyone. I cannot unmute myself to start the video if one of the staff members can help. I don't have the access to start the video of myself. Hi, can you all hear me well? 各位早晨，咁首先歡迎大家參加我哋今日舉辦嘅研討會，我係黃傳峰，咁係今次研討會其中一位講者。咁我一陣會再出嚟宣讀我嘅論文嘅，咁但係咧，我而家首先想為大家介紹一下咧，我哋今次研討會嘅第一個出場嘅項目係一場小型嘅音樂會。咁我哋非常之幸運咧，請到喺香港十分活躍嘅傳統音樂組合一錘鑼鼓，為我哋做一個開場嘅表演。咁一錘鑼鼓嘅幾位成員咧，都係獨當一面嘅樂師。今日佢哋實際上表演啲乜嘢嘢咧，就留翻俾佢哋自己介紹。其實我都唔係好清楚嘅。咁呢個咧就正係點解一錘鑼鼓嘅音樂咁難得、咁精彩嘅地方，就係佢哋大部分嘅表演咧，都係為咗當日嘅場地啦、主題啦，甚至觀眾咧係度身訂造。咁呢個即興成分相當之高嘅。咁喺我睇嚟咧，呢種傳統嘅創意咧嘅 creativity 咧，嚟得好實在啦，同埋正宗啦，亦都對彈同埋唱嘅技藝同埋文化修養嘅要求咧係相當之高嘅。咁希望大家會喜歡佢哋嘅表現。Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome all of you again to the symposium. My name is Chun-Fung Wong. I'm one of the speakers today, but I'm here now to introduce the first program of the symposium. We're very fortunate this morning to have invited members of the Gong Strikes 1 to give us an opening music performance. So the Gong Strikes 1 is a music collective that has been exceptionally active in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and some other countries, performing a number of traditional Cantonese language, vocal, and instrumental genres. Their music is characterized by a strong component of improvisation and context-based, context-specific elements. So I hope you will enjoy what they're going to bring us today, and please join me in welcoming the Gong Strikes 1.
So good morning. I guess I'll just speak in English. Just to a recommendation for our online viewers. So apparently it sounds better on YouTube, so you might want to watch from YouTube. Is the link also available on the website or the chat box? And also, we're going to play for around 15 minutes, and the last bit will be singing in Cantonese. So if you need some sort of translation, it's actually very simple translation. You might want to sit on this side because the screen is here, so you probably watch better. So feel free to leave questions and comments in the chat box, and hope you enjoy our music. Thank you.
雨落，水玲珑，有時微風輕輕送，無雲萬里，見碧空，忽然狂風雲湧動嘅，捲起水上一意交龍龍，雲不見，雨無風，風生水起，管無窮，風動蟲飛，無影看，雲上無雨，一場空，河川短流，天作龍，人間處處性愛紅，水花紅，地鼓動，春日轉眼變寒冬，他朝花兒仙水中，仙水栽種，種得落魄，雨飄蓬蓬
So that was it. Thank you. Hope that wasn't too early for gongs. Just like to introduce our members. And so I'm King Chi and Kong on the strings, vocal and gongs. And we have Long on percussion, and Boo is our sound designer. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank you, Professor Wang Chunfeng as well for having us, and also Professor Low and Hong Kong Baptist University. Thank you, Stella, for doing the PowerPoint for us, and the audiovisual team of the AC Hall, very, very helpful. I hope you all enjoy. And if there's anything you'd like to ask or anything. So enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. I guess good morning to viewers from Hong Kong, and probably good afternoon and good evening to friends from other parts of the world. After the wonderful performance of gongs that have brought out the elements of wind, water, and cloud, now we move on to our first academic panel with 3 distinguished speakers. Our first speaker, Our first speaker is Professor Man Yue, who is Associate Professor at the University of Toronto. Her latest book was Shanghai and the Edges of Empires, investigate the way how cosmopolitan urban centers shift over the centuries, from China's heartland to the coastal areas. And our second speaker, you have met him already in the introductions of for the performance. Professor Chunfeng Wang is currently teaching at Macalester College. He is an ethnomusicologist focusing on the performing art of the Uyghur in northeast China. He has a book forthcoming entitled, I guess only tentatively, entitled Uyghur Music in Modern China. And our third speaker, Eric Schuschus, is Assistant Professor of Chinese History at the George Washington University. He is a social historian of China and Central Asia. His recent book, Land of Strangers, examines how the Qing Empire assimilates the Muslim in Xinjiang. And we also have a discussant, Preston Decker, who is completing his doctoral thesis at the University of Kansas. And his dissertation is about the environmental modernity in the 20th century Xinjiang. So let's welcome the 3 speakers. I move it to first Professor Man Yue. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see it? Sorry. Wait. Is it? Can everybody? I hear big echo. I don't know. Can't. Can someone tell me if you see it okay and hear me okay?
We can hear you. We can see your face, but not the PowerPoint. Meng Yue, if you need it, I can share the PowerPoint for you, and I'll.
I was worrying about this.
Would you like me to share it for you?
Yes.
Oh, okay, it's good now. It's good now. We can see your PowerPoint.
You could.
Yes.
Okay. So So allow me first to express gratitude to the organizer for this opportunity. I'm happy to see old friends and meet new friends too. So my topic is something called the eco legend. Basically, I coined this word and don't know if it means anything to you, but eco legend against the flow, a popular ecology of restoring the forest of loose plateau. Basically, the topic has to do with eco village. I can on the loose plateau. I'd like to investigate how the different accounts about the past of loose plateau activated the memory of ecologically rich homeland. In a village, in the soil conservation of the village in 1950s and 1960s. So it must sound strange that I talk about land at a conference of water, wind, and cloud. So the only excuse I have is that loose plateau was deposited by the westerly wind, since the plateau located in the western wind belt. So the yellowish alluvium that has been brought over by the westerlies accumulated to 50 to 80 meters thick over the long period of time. So that's how loose plateau came into existence in the first place. So this understanding of the land reflects, of course, a so-called discovery of modern geology. So this has to do with water and as well since in this semi-dry region, loose plateau immediately posed the question of rain washing away soil, and the land was subjected to erosion, which in turn causing blockage in the Yellow River, which is another form of water. So I was trying to make a connection with the theme of the conference. So I'm sure many of you in this, to many of you, this is already cliche, about the origin of loose plateau. But since I'm talking about it, I should mention that the German explorer and geologist Ferdinand Richthofen, quote unquote, discovered loose plateau, and loose was loose in German. So so it was also known that loose plateau is one of the biggest, the Huangtugoyuan is one of the biggest of such a region on the planet. So can you, I'm moving to, so I like to situate this, modern geological discovery in the environmental cultural history I'm looking at. I'm interested in how to conceptualize the cultural environmental politics of soil erosion as a historical practice. So I was brought to the Soil Conversation project of 1950s by my current research project on cultural history of agriculture and the environment in the Republican time. But I was immediately noticed that the Agricultural Bureau and the geoscientists in 1950s were actively engaging with the erosion on loose plateau. It's the project is a statewide project called Schrittobauchi, right? So Schrittobauchi repeatedly hit the headlines of People's Daily and other major papers throughout the 1950s. So, for example, in the slides, the Bureau of Land would explain, the cause of geomorphology of loose plateau here, very briefly saying, the short passage explains that the particular kind of geomorphology of loose plateau was the result of erosion due to the looseness of the land, the soil, basically, so much that some area had only retained half of the original land volume. So you can see, on the middle top is the yellow Huangtu Gaoyuan is the lowest plateau, right? And then the village I'm talking about is located, Yellow River, has an upward kinds of make an upward kinds of turn. It's like a pocket upside down. So that village was located on the east side of this called Gaoxigo on the east side of this pocket. But anyways, where am I? So when I so in the middle of looking at those soil erosion project, the term Gaoxigo, the village name, emerged as a successful story of soil conservation. I think many historians know this already, but the first time I read those materials, I didn't pay attention until 2 years ago. I come across with an author named Leng Meng. She has written a documentary novel. Is that the right term? 纪实小说, right? Documentary novel on this village called Gaoxigo 调查, Investigation of Gaoxigo. So it caught me attention again. For example, on the very left, there's in 1962, I think 1962, the People's Daily reported the Gaoxigo people's coming, or Gaoxigo village, right? Saying this is a kind of example for the successful bottom-up soil reservation project. But Leng Meng's Gaoxigo 调查, got my attention. Not because she lived in the village for half a year to write this investigation, but because the way she introduced the village and the famous thesis she argued is this. She said, had the PRC agriculture took the path of Gaoxigo instead of Dazhai back in the 1960s, China's environment today would be different. So were the agriculture and society. So I think this is quite interesting because, as we know, recent environmental critique has inspired us that economic activity and basically material life were ways of arranging or organizing natural resources, biological lives like animal and human labor, right? Eco-Marxists would argue like capitalist organizing principle was characterized by cheap resource and cheap labor. So what I'm interested is whether Gaoxigo, this is just a question, known as the ecological and the economic success, right, offered any different way of organizing natural resources and human labor. Right? So they actually basically what this village did is they started to 退耕还林, to shrink the size of farmland and then restore it, leave the land for forest, to restore the forest. They have constantly doing that. As a result, they have actually their landscape was quite different. It's really sort of green, right, from early on. So to be more specific about like organizing principle, I was particularly inspired in this, in this poem, which I think embodied a kind of organizing principle of natural resources and labor. It was cited by Leng Meng, but it was cited first by this vice 县长, 副县长 of Mizhi County, the county where Gaoxigo affiliated. So Leng Meng has decoded the poem. The poem is in the middle. Decoded poem, where am I? And so it's not, it reads just like a great leap forward kind of poetry, right? You know, very utopian and all that. But after Lemon decoded it, it's not a utopian poem only. Rather, it was an ecological plan of the land of the country, of the county. So the first line goes, grow forest in the high and remote mountains. And the second line goes, plant fruit trees in near and low hills. And third line, build dikes at the trenches and the valleys so as to create water field. This means that because you know, the rain would flow along the valleys, right? You know, carrying the soil away. And so they built dikes in the valleys, and so that to stop the soil from continue flowing into the Yellow River. And then the soil stopped there would also become kind of water field to grow grains. And the last line goes like to grow greens on the plain, the leveled land, right? So this is a kind of land use kinds of poem, right? It's not really about, you know, productivity and all that. So this poem opened my eyes as I can see there's a consideration of both the ecology, meaning forest, right? There was no forest, but there here, the land for forest is really carefully planned. For, you know, this plan for both the ecology and agriculture. So Longmeng went on to spend a lot of ink on the works of the villagers had done, you know, they had to do a lot of work to accomplish this kind of bioinfrastructural work, right? Either to plant trees on the plant trees and the forest on the high mountains, or to build dikes, right? So most of them sacrifice their own health, and particularly the women. So this is quite common in the socialist time. But what I'm interested in is that the goal and the nature of their work was indeed a sort of, I can see some difference from the work of people in Dazhai, for example, even though the hardship of the laborers were similar to the Dazhai peasant, perhaps, but it was a different type of work, right? I did see some, so I did some research and confirmed that the villagers had a clear memory of ecological rich, abundant past. So it was not to, so this kind of work is not to change nature to increase productivity or to build red flag, 红旗渠 and all that. Rather, it had a clear aim of restoration, meaning changing the current state of environment and letting homeland resilient again, right? So it's a model of restoring ecology. So I think it's, so whatever they do in all these bioinfrastructural works, they had this goal of restoration in mind. So the key element, so in this model of restoring ecology, the key element or the key difference was the past, right? And then, so the land had a different past that they're clear of that, right? It was set as the goal. So this makes memory of the homeland, of the loose plateau, interesting part of, or the key part of the story. So when I first present this project in a conference, I hear criticism and disbelief from historians, right? You know, I basically think I'm too naive to believe this was, you know, this was anything different, right? Since, you know, how could you be so naive to believe anything written on People's Daily? True, but exactly because I read People's Daily, I knew that restoration was not at all at the center of the official discourse. So the official discourse was to conserve the resource and to ensure production, right? So there was discussion of loss, that's for sure, but not discussion for restoration. So there's nothing to look back, of course, right? So this, you know, true or not, but this urged me to find out where did the villagers got this idea from, right? Got these ideas of ecologically rich past, right? So I did some research. I find that there were at least 4 types of past in geoscientist past. When the loose plateau was discovered, right? The reason I look at geoscientists is because the village is sit right across the river of 水土保持站. It's soil erosion science station really close to their village. So there's Leng Meng wrote how the village had often went to that station to communicate with a scientist assigned there. So there are 4 types of past, discussed by scientists and, including my village scientist or village geologist. So I've summarized them into 4 concepts. For example, the first concept was by Rich Doven himself, right? He basically believed that at the beginning, this loose plateau was the grassland, right? Because he believed that the land was too loose to hold a forest. And Chinese geologists Weng Wenhao and Ding Wenjiang, they represent a Chinese, general ideas by Chinese geologists. Their understanding was that the land was, loose plateau was a plain, right? At the beginning there was the plain. Hills and valleys were the result of erosion, right? And then this, influenced the, for example, Vice Premier of, Deng Zihui, right? It's official of 1950s and 1960s. He believed that this closely related, this past of vast plain was closely related to productivity, right? So the past was related to productivity. So the villagers had this memory and oral tradition that that coming from the village elderlies, basically believe that their homeland in the past was forest and has various kinds of animals, so it's more ecologically rich, right? So let's take a closer look at the geoscientists, geologists, and the geographers, their discovery. So because their discovery has become a discourse since the Republican time, and the scientists trained, working in loose plateau actually were familiar with their language and with their knowledge, right? So they had impact, right? So take a closer look at this. You can, you can see that these geoscientists really changed the Chinese understanding of land in the 20th century. Earlier than that, Chinese has different set of understanding of land. I don't have time to get through. So which was influential as a paradigm, right? So first of all, for example, at least Richthofen created this concept, created this way of looking at land through geological time, right? So geological time was created. That was the inspiration of Richthofen. Lu Xun and some others has written on that, right? So on the other hand, geoscientists Weng Wenhao and Ding Wenjiang added concrete calculations of the volumes lost during the erosion. So they added the vertical, the thickness of the land, for example. For example, they would say loose plateau lost over a feet to 1.5 feet of land annually, right? So that thickness. So they enabled, in other words, imagination of the invisible land above the ground. So if the ground is at the present, there's this imagination of space above the ground, where memories of the land can be created. Right. So you can see that Deng Zihui, the vice premier of the State Council, got this particular image when he stressed that on the National Soil Conservation Congress in 1957, saying that soil conservation was the crucial lifeline for economy. So he implied that since Luz Plata was a plain and had more land, ranging from 1/3 to 50% of extra land than the present, right? So the past has higher productivity. So it's crucial to preserve what have left, right? So these are some of the impact. So what I want, so the third type of past was actually created by historical geographer, 历史地理学家, right, Shi Nianhai. Not until him, he proposed that Luz Plata housed forest before, right? So at the beginning there was the forest. That's his argument. So not until him there was a green memory of Luz Plata, right? So the two images, the images on the left are his books. He had many books, but the two images on the right, where am I? Shows the deforestation due to soil erosion during the long historical time from Tang to Qing, basically, over 1,050 years. So the middle image indicate the forest coverage of Tang and Song, and the shaded area, and the image on the right indicated the forest coverage of Ming and Qing. So our little village is right on the east, right, is marked by blue, if you can see that, right, inside that upside down pocket made by the Yellow River. But anyways, so Shi Nianhai published his findings mainly in the 1980s, right? So as an effort of reconstructing the past of Luz Plata, his finding echoed the memories of villagers. Except Shi Nianhai's publication was 30 to 40 years later than the practice of Gao Xigou, right? So that's, I haven't found out whether, there's any connections between Shi Nianhai and the Gao Xigou villagers, but this is still a separate source. So I'm rushing. I think I might have already speak too long, right? So I have already speak too long. Sorry for that. So anyways, I wanted to end here. So the villagers basically, I've already talked at the beginning saying that there's forest and animals, tigers, leopard, and Chuanshanjia and all that. So my argument is that if there's any different principle of organizing natural resources, land, and the human labor, it is, memory played an important role, and memory become a belief during the 1950s due to this collaboration with a scientist. So it become way of organizing labor and power. So that's basically, sorry I have taken up so much time. That's basically, what I was trying to do. Oh gosh, I should, sorry. I have stopped sharing.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Junfeng.
Great, thank you. Hello again.
Yeah.
And does my PowerPoint show well?
Very well.
Great, thank you. So this paper is about songs. So we'll start with the song. The title of this song is Ili Deria Boileri, the Ili River Bank. For those of you who play or listen to modern Chinese instrumental music, this song should definitely not be confused with the Chinese appropriated so-called minority-styled composition for the Chinese zheng zither that is titled Ili Hepan, or the bank of the Ili River. There is completely no relationship between the two. This Uyghur song that we're going to hear right now is written by the respected composer Yazdan Barat to a text by the renowned author and scholar Turan Xiaodun. Many singers have covered this song, including the beloved vocalist Senuwa Tusun, who, as some of you might know, was among the at least 1 million Uyghur who had disappeared into China's mass detention camps in recent years. So here is her singing. Cheksis Katken Mun Batlik Ili Daria Boileri. Kash Yasat Tinmaidu Mewaitek Suleri. The vast, fertile banks of the Ili River. Its wave is not quiet, its water like pearls.
Çeksiz ketken munbetligey ilide ay illi derya boyları Çeksiz ketken munbetligey ilide ay illi derya boyları Ürkeş yasatılmaydı yaylar o ipek suları
The purpose of this paper is to listen closely to some of the musical and poetic ways. Some of the musical and poetic ways in which the nature is invoked in modern Uyghur singing. I want to focus on river, deria, or sometimes simply as su, water, a popular theme in modern Uyghur songs and instrumental music. Some of the major rivers in the Uyghur territory, such as Tarim in the south and the Ili River in the north, appear frequently in these songs and texts as a metaphor of heritage, miras, and homeland, veten. In modern history, rivers, irrigation systems, and water resources have also been at the center of power relations in the Uyghur territory, a topic I'm sure will be addressed in the next paper. So here my focus is on the songs that are informed and inspired by one of these rivers, the Ili River. The Ili River, which flows from the Tanglitar, the Heavenly Mountains, through the Ili River Valley in northwestern Uyghur territory, across the border and drains into the Yetesu or the Seven Rivers region in southeastern Kazakhstan. As I wrote in my abstract, in no trivial way, the river and its watershed have been the lifeline of the Uyghur and other non-Chinese peoples in this part of Central Asia. As an outlet that connects the Uyghur territory to the broader Central Asia, the river is also a symbol of cross-cultural, cross-border movements and alliances. As some of you might know, recently, villages in Kazakhstan picked up copies of the Quran that had been wrapped in plastic bags floating in the lower stream of the Ili River. Those are believed to be put into the river by the Muslims inside the Chinese border in order to protect the holy book from being confiscated and burned. In modern Uyghur poetry and stories, rivers are imaginaries for the expression of grief and sorrow, and often metaphorically connected to national sacrifice. In the famous Ili song Ah Urumen, Aisai, for example, it sings, Kus Yeshim Deria Borup, my tears become a river. The river water also symbolizes the blood that is shed, Chukken Kandari, for national struggle. So here is a poem from around 1930 by the well-known early 20th century writer Memtelin Appendi. Bis Uygur'nın bararari könlümüz nurluk, besip ötken uzak hayat yolumuz uluk. Köp zamanla sesan boğduk zalim kolda, derya derya kanla tuk yolda. We the children of the Uyghur, our hearts are bright. We lived long lives, our road is great. For a long time we wandered in the hand of the tyrant. We shed rivers of blood in our road to freedom. The connection between the river and sacrifice is made even more explicit in Gulem Khan, a modern play that is based on a story frequently told in different forms of oral literatures, including songs. Indeed, the Gulem Khan story have been featured prominently in the Ili repertoire of folk songs, including a medley, Yurush, that bears its title. The play is said to be based on a real story that took place in the 1820s in a Mahela neighborhood called Oyman Bulak, near the Ili River. It is about a 15-year-old young woman named Gulem Khan and her fights for freedom. The powerful leader of the village, named Ange Chola, who is 65 years old, wanted to marry this 15-year-old Gulem Khan. She then ran away with her lover, Akhtem. Akhtem was later killed by the official, as you see in this picture, and then later on will be a video right now, after which, notably, Gulem Khan committed suicide by jumping into the Ili River. In the final solo number, before she jumped into the river, she sang, Axis Yashash Biske Ar Nomus. Life without freedom will bring shame to us. And after that, she jumped into the river. And then in the final song, the chorus sings, Yürekteki sidik sula kanga ölüdi. The yellow water of the river is turned into blood. So here is a modern televised production of the play and the very last part of it. So she's bidding farewell to the sun, bidding farewell to the land. So life without freedom will bring shame to us. Are you crazy? And farewell, goodbye. The Gulem Khan's story forms a part of the larger intertextual reference to the river, albeit in often nuanced and indirect ways. Many of these references to the Ili River are found in modern songs as well. A number of these songs follow a kind of realist strategy that portrays the beauty of the river's natural landscape. Most of the songs that reference the Ili River are sung in what is commonly known as the Ili style. As a whole, the Ili style of Uyghur singing is often described as more refined, marked by highly elaborate melodies that are full of melancholic nuances and subtleties, which is best described by Togan Shaodun as surging, resonant, mournful, and courageous. The next song that we're going to hear is a best example of this style. It is titled Ili Boileri, again, Ili Riverbank. Many Uyghur singers have covered this song, including Gusel Nur Irma, Mukhtar Abdurrahim, and some others. This one that we're going to hear is sung by one of the most beloved Uyghur singers today, named Abdul Wali Dawood. The song is composed by Nur Mehmed Rossi, based on the text by Qasim Sadek here. So the video does not have subtitles, so I'm going to read a little bit. Ajab Gugun Ili Boileri, Soki Küçlük Bahar Ayları, Yutumuzun Kızıl Gülleri, Şerlanın Töken Kanları. Ajab Otluk Ili Boileri, Hitmekke Bay Önkü Sayları, Jaranglaydu Sadr Nakşse, Nusugumnun Yangrak Külleri. So really beautiful, the really riverbanks of Ili. The light of the lush month of spring. Red flowers of a homeland shed blood of the martyrs. Really bright, the riverbank of Ili. Caves along the river valley of wisdom and wealth. Sadr songs is sung in the resonant melodies of Nusugum. Imageries of the riverbank of the Ili River serve here as an anchor in each of the three stanzas of the lyrics, each of which has 4 lines, and each line has 9 syllables and rhyme throughout. The song follows a rather typical design found in many modern Ili songs. It is written in a sour-sounding modal scale, and the melody of each stanza is arc-shaped, moving from the lowest register in the first to the highest register in the last, and then coming back to the first initial register. It is driven by a syncopated, somewhat limping rhythm framed in a 4-beat meter. The music video started with a visit by the singer to the graveyard of Sadr Palban, the martyr whose name was mentioned in the song alongside Nusugum. Both are legendary 19th century Uyghur protagonists who resisted against the Manchu or the Qing regime, and fought and died for the Uyghur nation and the people. The song connects these historical figures to the Ili River, and later in the music video, we would see scenes of waterfalls, riverbanks, streams, mountains, and steppes. And the camera pans back and forth between the nature and the singer, who is seen strolling, singing, and sometimes playing an instrument, a common filming strategy in many Uyghur pop and folk videos. The singer has a deep guttural voice, soaring timbre, and profound intensity, qualities that are highly acclaimed by many in his audience. to many who listen to the song through a nationalist frame. Praising and preserving the nature is often not a different commitment from safeguarding the nation in its legacy. Preserving the nature is not a different commitment from safeguarding the nation and its legacy. Meanwhile, the Ili River also documents a history of conquest and domination. This is remembered in singing through a repertoire of so-called historical songs, consisting of text and melodies believed to be originated in the 19th century or earlier, and referencing specific historical events or figures of the Uyghur in the Ili Valley, or the so-called Taranchi, about their hardship and suffering living under the Qing Empire. The melodies and texts of most of these songs are often of unknown authorship, despite that musicians today sometimes attribute the text to Sadr Pawan, as mentioned earlier, the Uyghur hero who led the resistance movement in Ili. These songs are usually sung in medley, and one of these include 5 of the historical songs: Wang Hulu, Kuch, Migration, Ao Wang, Conscription, Erstank, Irrigation Canals, and Sepil, City War. All the songs describe the experience of forced migration, labor, and other hardship endured by the Uyghur, and remain hugely popular today. Some of these are specifically related to the river. Wang Hulu, for example, describes the suffering of the Taranchi, who were enlisted to work at the river dams during the months when the river water level was high in order to prevent flooding. And Ersteng Nakshi, as you see here on this PowerPoint slide, is about the building and repairing of over a dozen irrigation canals. So here is the song. It's also a version sung by Abdul Wali Dawood, and some of you might be interested to know that the recording that we're going to hear right now was made approximately 4 years ago at a concert that took place in the building right next to where you guys are at HKBU. Östengning tiki tak katuk chapsa ketmen utmeidu. Salum tongchisi bakla beshimisten ketmeidu. So the base of the canal is hot. It can't be dug through. The crew official of the backs is not leaving us alone. The base of the canal is muddy. Stepping on it is shaky. When the tyrants come, our hearts pound. So I have a small kind of a transcription for those of you who are interested. The history of the irrigation canals in the Uyghur territory has been a history of resettlement, dispossession, land reclamation, a topic that you will hear from Eric in a few minutes. In many powerful ways, the river has been a template of national memory through songs, poetry, and other performances. It emplaces the national history of suffering, which speaks powerfully to the musicians and their audiences today. The singing voice projects a melancholic and nostalgic sound as it praises the beauty of the river, to remember the hardship of the Uyghur nation and to reclaim the attachment to the land, people, and history while they are being dispossessed. I hope this paper has offered some ways to listen to contemporary Uyghur songs about the nature. When the Uyghur and other minority musicians in China sing about the landscape of their homeland, the very least that we can do is to listen carefully. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Well, hello. I hope that you can hear me and that everything's going all right. Thank you so much for having me. Just give me 1 second to get everything sorted out here so that I can see what I need to see. So thank you, first of all, to Hong Kong Baptist University for having me on this fascinating panel. Thank you to Professor Young for organizing it. Let's see. Sorry, I think I have a message in the chat. There it is. Excellent. Good. And Chunfeng, it's really, really good to see you. I'm so glad that we get to present together because I think our topics just dovetail really beautifully. That was an absolutely fascinating presentation and it was just beautifully put. Everything that you said. I think I'm going to end up in the same place that you began, but with less competence. So please have patience with this project that's so very much in process. So as was mentioned in the introduction, yeah, I'm a social historian basically of Xinjiang, northwest China. And, historically, scholars of Xinjiang in this period, the 19th and 20th century, have had a tendency, especially in the English-speaking scholarly world, to focus on large-scale narratives of national becoming, questions of national identity, questions of ideals. But a few years ago, Chunfeng mentioned that many Uyghur intellectuals have gone missing. Well, a few years ago, I participated in a workshop with a few of those scholars, and we talked about the importance of emphasizing perhaps material histories. Instead of working on these grand narratives, you should look at the more minuscule and the everyday, which is something that definitely suits my approach pretty well. The question would simply be like, what if we turned our attention to the perspective of ordinary working people in this period, and particularly farmers who still make up most of the Xinjiang region's autochthonous Muslim majority. In particular, I have found it fruitful to focus on what may be Xinjiang's most precious resource. It's not coal, it's not natural gas, it is water. It always has been, and especially today when water becomes increasingly scarce. Now, specifically, it's the water that flows down seasonally off of the mountains surrounding the Tarim Basin in the south, the Turpan Depression in the east. This is water that's vital for irrigation, and needs to be managed very carefully in this arid environment. So what I'm going to be talking about today are some ways in which the politics of water, its distribution and its relationship to power changed from roughly the mid-19th century through the 1920s, as traditional local water managers lost control over irrigation and new governing elites, both Muslim and non-Muslim, appropriated this common resource for their own projects and their own, selfish goals. That process is reflected in a discourse of water and justice, or its opposite, tyranny, adala or zulm, if you will, in the historical judgments that are made in chronicles in the Chagatai language, the immediate predecessor to the modern Uyghur language. So just to give an example of how we're changing our perspective, or certainly I'm trying to, you can see on the slide a reconstruction of a map of land and water holdings in one town in the Turpan Depression in the 1890s. And so by changing methodologically our priority and looking at these issues first, I think we're going to start to construct sort of an economic and environmental history of Xinjiang from below, which is something that I don't think has really been done before. Some people are working on that right now, but anyway, this is kind of my ongoing project for the next decade. So it'll be helpful to begin with a general picture of pre-modern Uyghur society in the early 19th century and the typical role of a water manager, or kukbishi, and his overseer, the mirab. Now, many kukbishis were typically organized under that mirab. In the Qing era, the mirab also held an official rank in the imperial hierarchy. He had a pin rank. But nevertheless, I have not found any indication that for the first century of Qing rule, from the 1750s to 1864, did the Qing really disrupt this system of water management in a serious way. The kukbishi is elementally related to farming. So Professor Meng, you were talking about land and water, well, they're inextricable in this context, aren't they? A Kukbishi was a locally elected individual chosen for their trustworthiness and good vision. They would set the schedules for distributing water to plots of land along a common irrigation channel or ditch. And they would also help to plan and construct irrigation works to capture that spring melt. A good Kukbishi could turn himself into a human theodolite and sight a straight line past his own toe, is the idea. And so the distribution had to aim for equity between the different plots of land because the quality of the soil could vary tremendously, obviously. So did the size of the plot. So being a good Kukbishi required deep mitis, that intimate local knowledge, to carry out the physical and the mathematical parts of the work and to negotiate agreements between farmers that they would find equitable and agreeable. Often the terms of an agreement between farmers would be inscribed upon a gate. Look at image B here. Along that gate, you would find an inscription in Chagatai indicating the cycle for distributing water. So one would have to consider dryness, sandiness, alkalinity, relative heights of different plots, all of these matters in order to calculate the ideal volumetric flow rate and consider evaporation. All of these things went into careful planning of water locally. Now, we have plenty of evidence that those inscriptions were changed because there are lawsuits about them, many of which are recorded in local documents in Chagatai or later on in the Shui Hui Bao Gao Shu. Let's see. Because a change in the flow from upriver could mean a change in the volume of water downriver, while downriver soil might become too saline or someone might open up new ground. And that required the Kukbishi to make a new distribution. These decisions, as far as I can tell, were pretty much universally made in accordance with Hanafi jurisprudence concerning the rights to the usage of water and the land adjacent to it. So here we have a passage from a collection of fatwa used at the Islamic court in Kashgar, Majmuat al-Masail. And the relevant quotations articulate the fundamental need to consider the needs of those downstream or down the irrigation ditch while distributing water to those upstream. It's pretty clearly articulated. And there are other stipulations such as this one concerning the ultimate authority of the mirab and the demands that people placed upon the state to enforce the mirab's will. But for the most part, this sort of law existed in practice as Kukbishis coordinated on a local level between each other to, or even across entire oasis to ensure equitable distribution. I've argued elsewhere that this helped to inform a broader moral economy of water, such that when the distribution of water changed later on, people could make claims or complaints on the basis of violations of the sense of rightness and justice about water that had been inherited from this system. So to be concrete, I'll zoom in on Kucha, this oasis here, because I've just been able to get good data from Kucha. So here in Kucha, the primary farming areas in green drew from two rivers, the Muzart in the west and the Kucha River to the northeast. And not coincidentally, a large amount of this land was held as the property of Islamic pious endowments, or waqf. The Kucha River had the lower flow, and so farming was prohibited upriver in this area circled in blue to the northeast, whereas the Muzart River had a much stronger flow and fed into many different irrigation channels, pushing westward and eastward across the oasis, but also left enough water so that the river would reach the oasis of Shahyar downriver and irrigate those farms as well. Equitable distribution across the oasis. But this was disrupted first in the so-called Muslim uprisings of 1864 because, according to Mullah Musa Sairami, the Tariq Ahmadi, specifically this was because Chinese and Muslim officials had begun to expropriate land and water resources from the common people through unfair taxes, which violated the Sharia. And this tyranny would not stand. And so, long story short, the Muslim uprisings happened. Sairami is then very critical of many of the Muslims who then rose to power, particularly one named Niyaz Beg, a Muslim person from Yarkand who was made governor of Khotan and ran it like his own personal fiefdom. Now, Sairami describes how Niyaz Beg in the new state renovated Khotan and built infrastructure, this is Khetian in Chinese, and opened up new ground for settlement in land reclamation. But land reclamation had two sides to it in the chronicles that I've been reading. It was an increasingly important technology of rule and of creating income for the state, but because of its overuse, it becomes a trope across the late 19th century, early 20th century, for the tyranny of a ruler who misuses the resources that rightly belong to the ordinary people, the common people, the fuqara, so they can use them for their livelihood. This is also what that legal manual says. So Niyaz Beg wastes water building a pleasure palace for himself, digging out land, not used for farming, but to build a false mazar, a false saint's tomb shrine, in which Niyaz Beg hides stolen gold. And again, we have this misuse of what begins as a farming project and turns into a project of self-aggrandizement, blasphemy, and ultimately mishandling of the resources of the state. This trope is not entirely new. Sairami is drawing out a comparison with an earlier ruler from Khotan, Aba Bakr, who in the 15th century did something very, very similar and was judged similarly in earlier chronicles, such as the Tarikh-i-Rashidi, which was one of Sairami's big sources. Now, okay, Sairami, this chronicle I've been talking about, grew up just northwest of Kucha, and he was writing right during this period when land reclamation was happening. So he was very much aware of changes in land usage in the late 19th century and early 20th century. He wrote in the first decade of the 20th century. Settlement in this period expanded into these downstream areas marked in blue. This was so-called land reclamation, kanhuang. But usually this practically meant not opening up new fertile land, but irrigating the desert. Now, why did this happen? This took place as a result of the new Qing regime's transformation of Xinjiang from an Indonesian territory into a province along the lines of their ideals from China proper. And that involved two things. So first, the region's new rulers, almost all of whom came from Changsha and knew practically nothing of the local terrain or language, wanted to make Xinjiang's economy and society look like their own ideal as much as possible, which meant making it a green, agrarian, and idyllic place. So they worked with merchants to issue high-interest loans to farmers who could then purchase this worthless land, highlighted in blue, in order to create that imagined verdancy. And I'd say until the mid-1920s at least, the persistent belief among Chinese officials in Xinjiang was that you just had to add water to land to make it fertile. There's a strangely persistent resistance to what I imagine was quite a lot of evidence to the contrary, that you could not simply make the desert bloom. And in fact, this creation of the province at first involved forced settlement of people onto farms, the idea being that farming would make good, civilized, moral human beings. But because the land was infertile or could not be worked for more than a year, this led to a displacement of that population, of those people, off of their land. Nevertheless, local governments persisted, and cash-strapped provincial administrations kept giving out loans so people could buy this land and sort of selling it to them as new fertile ground for settlement. This caused, in the oasis of Kucha, a tripling of the population through settlement from other oases in just 3 decades. One Turkic Muslim, one Uyghur official named Abdul Qadir Haji, who was later celebrated in the PRC as a pioneer of development, was responsible for opening up that protected area upstream to the northeast of Kucha and trying to build a new city there on behalf of the province. He was colluding with Chinese and Muslim merchants who stood to gain from that land reclamation themselves. But what it led to was desertification downstream, again, remarked upon at length in the Shui Li Hui Bao Gao Shu and travelers' reports and in Chagatai documents. And it also led to conflicts between those merchant groups who were sponsoring land reclamation and were making money off of their loans and the debts that those incurred, and the holders of the pious endowment, the Waqf, who could not engage in usury. They could not give out loans because of Islamic law. And yet they were major landholders. They had a difficulty competing. these two different groups over very limited resources of land and the water that made it fertile, the water that made it useful. So there was another problem, which was, oh, and here you see how much the population of Kucha expanded in terms of the emergence of new populated marketing centers by 1918. The second problem was that with the establishment of new administrative boundaries that divided up areas where water had previously been managed communally. So complaints to the Hydrology Council, the Shui Li Hui, show how villages along a single irrigation channel might end up divided between two different counties. And so their water usage was disrupted, it was separated, and they could no longer communicate in a meaningful way with the authorities who managed that resource, because they would have to work through the provincial administration. People took advantage of the system to open up land that shouldn't be opened up. Here we have the Kashgar River, which until 1877 had been under one water management regime by one mirab and a group of Kukbashis, who coordinated the distribution of water, 3 parts to Kashgar, 2 to Pezawat, and 1 to Maralbashi, to ensure that Maralbashi, way off in the east, always had water to farm. Well, that came to a screeching halt in 1915 when the river just didn't reach Maralbashi. Investigations showed that the problem was that the 3 administrative units that now divided the river had radically different water policies. Some were selling off land along the rivers. Some were allowing exploitation. Some were building new irrigation channels because the provincial authorities, who now had more control over the resources and the violence of the state, were no longer working with traditional water managers to divide the water up in a responsible way. Now, the state's response to this was not to revert to the old system, but simply to, again, try to find more water. And this is where we get lots of new irrigation channels, which were a temporary fix and allowed more settlement, which led to more of the same problem. And here we also get the first creations of large reservoirs in the Tarim Basin by the state. One of Yang Zengxin, the warlord Yang Zengxin's achievements was the creation of these reservoirs, but they also led to ramifications for the environment and for farmers. In the modern day, the Uyghur economist Abdiz Yusuf at Xinjiang Normal University has written a really interesting book called 新疆生态移民研究, which describes the same phenomenon in more or less the present day, in that in-migration and urbanization place increasing stress upon the region's scarce water resources, leading farmers to migrate upriver, seeking wage labor on other farms until those dry up, and then they go further upriver, dispossessed, ending up working in the cities as migrant laborers detached from their homes. So clearly, there's a pattern of reclaiming land that should not be reclaimed in order to promote short-term economic development at the expense of longer-term stability. And it seems to date to this period of relatively disorganized government. So for that matter, and here we connect with Chunfeng's paper very well, the invocation of a correlation between the overexploitation of land and water and tyranny. It's one of the chief complaints against the famous local tyrant of Kashgar, Ma Fuxing, a Hui officer who governed Kashgar during the early republic. He's famous for cutting people's limbs off. But in his own time, in many oral and written accounts, we find direct or oblique references to Ma Fuxing's construction of a grand palace and town of his own, some 15 miles south of Kashgar at a place called Pakaluk or Pukkaluk in these India office records. From a certain perspective, his activities, like Miaz Beg's, could be seen in a positive light as abad, as making the land settled and opening it up for cultivation. But the extensive use of forced labor and the self-aggrandizing nature of the project corrupted it completely. These sentiments, these are from the India office records, but they're also reflected in a text I've translated called Matetan Bakase, which is the death of Ma Fuxing. And it talks about his tyranny in opening up this land that he should not have opened up. At the bottom it says that the burning down of his palace fire was broadly considered a divine visitation for his various sins in opening up land unwisely. Curiously, and this is where I'm going to end on a fairly open note, but again, I think Junfang, maybe you can even correct me on this point. So a few years ago, I came across a really interesting manuscript from 1960. You'll get a lot of manuscript sources from 1960. This one is in a blend of Chagatai and modern Uyghur. And it's written by one Omar Hussein Qutlugh Hajiov, probably the son of Qutlugh Haji Shevki, the famous Uyghur modernist who was engaged in newspaper publishing in the 1930s. And Qutlugh Hajiov is writing very much in the style of Sairami, but with the additional framework of Marxist historical materialism. So it's a story about feudalism and, again, these grand histories and relating the local history of Kashgar to the grand history of global socioeconomic development. And here again, it's a story about Ma Fuxing, cast in a new light. And again, it talks about how Ma Fuxing begins as a sympathetic figure, but he exploits public works for his own corrupt ends. He exploits his workers and creates this palace at Pakaluk, which becomes, in this story, the backdrop for the famous Uyghur tale of Anarhan. So Anarhan, I mainly know as a story of class struggle among Uyghurs on the eve of liberation in 1949. It's famous from a 1962 movie and a 2013 miniseries about a young woman named Anarhan who's taken from her parents and forced to marry a feudal overlord so that her poor family can survive on her bride price. It sets in motion a plot that's resolved by the People's Liberation Army, who sets things right. But this manuscript from 1960 takes the same story and puts it in Kashgar around 1920, and the conflict with Ma Fuxing. Anarhan's father is pressed into service to build the new town of Pakaluk, and he dies of the harsh labor along the banks of the Tazhuan River, making Anarhan's story a conflict, one of conflict across ethnic lines without hope of intervention from Beijing. A story of the common people of Kashgar rising up against that feudal overlord from many years before, all in the context of land reclamation and desertification. Now, this is where I've left this thread of inquiry. I'm not sure where it goes, but I get the sense that even this story of feudalism contains traces of that earlier sense of moral economy of water and land. And even in this highly politicized form, we still see the conflicts that seem to have motivated the broader awareness of justice and tyranny in Kashgaria in the early 20th century. So I will leave it there. Thank you so much for your patience. It's wonderful to see all of you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion that follows. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Well, thanks for yes. All the wonderful presentations from the three speakers. Well, may I invite President Decker to respond to the 2 or 3 papers. I'm not entirely sure. Only 2 on the Xinjiang. President?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Please go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, good. Yes, I'm going to cut these remarks even shorter. We're a bit over time, and I think we're all very glad we are, particularly for projects that all sort of get into the nitty-gritty of the local. I think the extra time spent by the presenters was excellent. So my apologies if I jump around a bit. I'm going to skip a few sections of notes. As was just mentioned, I wasn't sent Dr. Meng's paper, but I do want to make mention of this. I found it fascinating. The importance of local memory that Dr. Meng is exploring here. It is fits very well with the 2 later presentations. It's worth thinking too about the importance perhaps of local memory of official discourse. In my own research in Xinjiang and Urumqi in particular, you come across frequent mentions on March 12th of each year, Sun Yat-sen's commemoration day of his death, but also Arbor Day of tree planting efforts. And I wonder too, in Gaoxigo, sort of the way in which the official discourse of Republican era China continues. to come to Dr. Wang's work on the Ili River and Dr. Schlussel's, here we see the environment presented as common denominator of sorts, and I think this is a real advantage of studies, whether we want to call them material or environment, right? The way in which we can set in this instance, the natural environment, water, as somewhat of a common denominator to track the changes that occur around it. Certainly, water itself, rivers, canals are not unchanging, but I think a study of recent Xinjiang history often shows that ideas, perceptions, identities attached to water or other aspects of the environment often change or influenced by greater change even faster than the rate of change to those natural features themselves. Dr. Wang's focus on the purity of the Ili River in parts of the presentation really struck me, as did the visuals. And I think, something shared with Dr. Schlussel's presentation as well is the importance of the local itself, right? So we have this purity of the Ili River is tied in important ways to the mountains from which it comes. A story, I would imagine research of, for example, the Tarim River would be quite different in many respects to what is found, the identities attached to it, because of these differences in localities. And so this sort of focused approach to the Ili River by itself, I thought was fascinating. And identity particularly struck me in Dr. Wang's research. There is so much tied in these songs to the river. And this is something that we see that my own research focuses on. And the importance of identity with the natural environment, particularly it seems in the 20th century, can't be underestimated. And I'm fascinated to see if you were to expand this, to see how this story of the river itself connects to perhaps other identity-forming units in the area, such as, for example, the Tangritach, the Heavenly Mountains. And finally, something that really got me thinking as well, is this question of the way in which this discourse of the Ili River, this Uyghur discourse of the Ili River connects to and is influenced by or influences other discourses. In the modern day PRC, in Xinjiang in particular, there is very much what we might call an official discourse of the environment. And I would be fascinated as you continue to explore this topic to see future discussion of sort of these connections with whether it be what we might call a Disneyfication discourse of tourism in Xinjiang, or sort of broader official discourses that present the environment as sort of a safe space or even patriotic space at times. I would be fascinated to see the way that these discourses connect to one another. To move on to Dr. Schlussel's, I really liked and continue to like your research that sort of dives into the nitty-gritty of the local as a way ultimately of, or as a way of both exploring the local on its own terms, but also this knack that continues to be present in your works of connecting the local to these broader questions. This work, you called it a material history. For somebody like me, thinks of myself in many ways as an environmental historian. We could also call it an environmental history. And whether it's material or environmental history, I agree this is one of the really exciting growth areas of Xinjiang studies. I also liked your use of the term mitis here, this local knowledge, and something that I will be fascinated to see as you continue this research is the whether or not and how this mitis, this local knowledge, continues past that 1864 divide, because it's certainly there in the background, but the way in which or the extent to which it is preserved, and when it begins to become perhaps overrun, whether it be by local elites, whether it be by the state. It's something you touched upon today and argued convincingly, but I'll be fascinated to see sort of the extent of continuity in this local knowledge, the way it's affected by broader change. In this regard, something that comes to mind is a study done by Alan McHale of the environmental history of Ottoman Egypt. And here he includes some fascinating work, similar work in many ways, on peasant maintenance of irrigation works. This is in the 16th century, of course, but he finds that peasants as were in important ways able to position themselves as vital to the economy of the Ottoman Empire through precisely the sort of meetings you noticed here. And so again, with material history, with environmental history, and presenting this kind of common denominator, there are really exciting opportunities open for comparative study as well. To conclude, as mentioned before, these two projects, and here I'm speaking about Dr. Wong's and Dr. Schlussel's, which were the ones I reviewed earlier, but also Dr. Meng's, they speak to one another quite nicely. And it seems to me that the approaches adopted by the authors of beginning with questions at a local, material, or environmental level can be adopted even to questions of today as well, perhaps particularly in terms of Xinjiang. And in this regard, I do hope there is more work done by those focused on the environment or other local material matters in elucidating new facets of the ongoing tragedy and circumstances in Xinjiang. But as Eric mentioned at the beginning of the paper, it's also important not to fall into the trap of needing more, of beginning our historical research with questions that must lead ultimately to the nation or the modern state, or et cetera. And so for all three presenters in presenting examples of a measured, creative approach that seems to me to lend itself to both understanding the local on its own terms and to approaching these larger questions with due caution, they all succeeded greatly. And thank you all very much for these interesting and very compelling pieces.
Okay, thanks, Preston. Before we open up, I wonder if Junfeng and Eric would like to respond to, just a quick response to Preston's comment and questions. Yeah, Junfeng, you can go ahead first, and then Eric.
Well, I just want to say a quick thank you for the kind words. And in the interest of time, we only have like 10 minutes. I will keep my comments.
We only have 10 minutes more.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
Eric, we would like to respond to Preston.
I'll keep it very short as well. Thank you so much for the comments. You gave me a lot to think about. What I'll say is Uyghur mites, Uyghur local knowledge, is very resilient, as far as I can tell, simply in the sense that this knowledge of irrigation and of planting still exists today. The forms that people use to talk about and negotiate it were still being used, written up in Chagatai in the 1950s. I think that we shouldn't underestimate the persistence of that kind of knowledge in agricultural communities in Xinjiang. So that's all.
Okay, thanks. Let's see if there's any questions coming from the online viewers. And I don't know how to check that. Well, I haven't.
Yes. Yeah, Casey.
Okay.
I enjoy all three papers and our discussions, comments. And thank you, Casey. Also, it's very well organized. This panel, our first panel, is so organic. My question is for Meng Yue. Since the title of your presentation today is Eco Legend, and I wonder if you can spend a minute to talk about the legend part. Perhaps maybe it will be the last two slides of your presentation that I have received.
Do you want me to? It will be too difficult to show the slides, right?
I can share it for you because I'm a co-host. Would you like me to share with you?
Yeah, if you wish, I can do that.
Okay, let me see if I can open it here. Yes, I think that's it.
Sorry. Yeah. So the legend part, I'm just misusing these words, but it's actually I know that during the 1960s, after the local county administration realized that the Dai model could not, may not work, right? So they rediscovered the Gaoxigo. So they sent a group of interviewers to the village, to talk to the villagers. So there was a small book about their recording, basically not the recording, just note down their chat. So you can see, in my last slides, there are a lot of conversations saying, how do you see the past? And then, so they always start, the villagers always start. So I heard the elderlies in the village say this, I heard this and that. And then they actually, so that's the part, I think that's the oral part of the village memory of their land, right? It's a really small village, only 4 square meter, but they have 40 mountains and 21 valleys, and that. But they realize that's supposed not to be the original geomorphology the village was on. Their ancestors were actually having a different world, a different ecology. So that's the part that become a belief when they meet with the science of soil erosion and all that. So that's that's the part I was talking about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the speakers in the venue? Or I kind of find there's an interesting resonance among all the 3 presentations. I guess somewhat it has already been touched on, but that is about, as Eric said, about a kind of how to write the history from below, and somewhat all the presentations kind of converge on the role played by popular memory, popular understanding or perception of the political situations. So I wonder, probably this is a question as well for all 3 speakers, in what way the role of popular memory, popular perception play in changing, if there's any possibility of change that could be brought by this popular memories or popular perception, to what extent it can turn into a momentum, a driving force to bring changes to the kind of oppressive situations. At least I think Man Yue's presentation somehow tell us it is precisely the popular memory that somehow triggers the restoration project, right? So what about in the context of Xinjiang? So this is a question for all presenters, or all the 3 presenters.
I can talk very briefly about that first, and then we'll see whether we can come back on this a little bit. To talk about change right now in the Uyghur territory in northwest China today needs to be contextualized in many ways, I think. And for me, at the very least, that maintenance of popular memory, as you term it, through the nature, through the river, and as a template for all these poetic and musical expressions, is a very important way of keeping the memory alive and keeping the historical events alive through oral tradition and oral literature. And this, I think, itself is affecting some of the, I probably wouldn't use the word change, but affecting some of the important processes in the maintenance of the national memory through music in this way. So yeah, I don't think any change in our definition today is close to our imagination in Xinjiang. And I'll stop there. I will let Eric talk about that.
I mean, you're quite right, Chunfeng. I mean, it's extremely difficult to be optimistic about much of anything if you can't even conduct basic factual scholarly research on something like land use without being suspected, I don't think there's a lot of room for popular movements to change the way that farming is done. I looked, for example, at Emily Ye's work on the Tibetan Plateau and how ecological management has gone there. The state has its priorities, and ultimately it's going to engage in some pretty broad-ranging and costly infrastructure projects to realize those visions, regardless of local knowledge, especially in the present. The one thing I would point to in terms of hope is that even these folk tales, which are sort of appropriated in a Marxist framework for political purposes, they still contain traces of mobilizing and demobilizing frames. They still contain language of tyranny and justice. And it wouldn't be the first time that people have used the language that is handed to them by the state to articulate their own grievances and their own desires for change. Never say never, but I'm not hopeful.
What about Man Yue? Well, what's your view on that one?
Yes, I think at least in my case, the local leadership or the local community has the sort of kind of right or grip on the economic how to say calculation, economic budget of how to use labor, the power of the particularity of this case is that it's taking place earlier than the People's Communist Movement, because People's Communist Movement started later 1950s, and then it become really large. One commune can cover maybe several villages and even a couple districts. But this local community is quite smart. It starts from beginning bargaining, saying, I want the independent kind of decision making on how to use my labor. So they actually, even though it's under socialist system, they have to use 工资, 工分 instead of salary. They were able to calculate divide between the ecological 工分 and, for example, growing trees or doing infrastructural work, and the 工分 that work directly in growing grains. I don't know if it makes sense. So they equalized all the 工分so that they, in a way, they so they can actualize their their work. They can turn their work into not only for production but also for environment. Does that make any sense? But that's a particular case, I think.
Well, thanks for the quick response from all the speakers as well as the discussion. We have a great panel to kick off our discussions. So time ran out already. So really, once again, thanks for all the great presentations by our speakers. I guess it's about time for you guys to go to bed. But for those who still want to stay, please stay tuned. We have a wonderful film show from our famous filmmaker Yin Yang. And then after the film, the filmmakers himself will come to discuss with us about the story about water, wind, cloud again. Okay, let's see. Please stay tuned. We will show the film in a moment. Okay, thanks again. Thanks for joining us.
Hello. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, the brilliant panel this morning, the first panel of our of today's program. And I'm Jessica Young. I'm chairing this session. I'm not going to invite Ying Lang to here yet because we're just going to show the film. But let me briefly introduce Ying Lang. I had my notes, but then this morning I decided to get rid of the notes because I have absolutely no idea how to introduce Ying Lang. Because usually what you do is you highlight a few films, 1 or 2 or 3 films from the repertoire of a director, especially the award-winning films. But then I looked through Ying Lang's filmography. Every single film he has made has garnered important prizes. So I don't know how to choose. So Ying Lang is one of our most beloved Hong Kong director. Some people call him Chinese director, but I insist he's a Hong Kong director. And he has perhaps some of his most films that we are most familiar with is I have something to say, because I've confused that with the other one. 我還有話要說 about the Hu Jia case, and also his most recent film is a family tour. 中文叫咩啊？自由行啊，對唔住，自由行。But this latest short film he has made is still in the making, is still making in progress, and it is a film he has made with his son, Ying Zhengnim. And so there are actually two filmmakers in this film. They've made it together, shot entirely at home during the stay-home period during the pandemic, and they have made it on the mobile phone. Yeah, and totally is a collaborative work. It's not only Ying Lang's work, it's Ying Lang and Ying Zhenglim. So without further ado, we're going to watch the film first. And then after the film, we will talk about the film with Ying Lang.
I 寫晒喺我筆記，我嘅電腦筆記本裏面。
應該會記得嘅噃。第二句係
我記得要有笑容，
要開心。係啦，我哋話魔術要開心。
We're going to restart the film for the sound.
第三個係同一個浩然，
同一個時間，同一個表演，唔可以表演2次。
記得㗎嘛，係咪先？俾個5我先，你哋3個都記得㗎嘛。你個魔術過嚟咧，吹口氣，望住啦，俾少少停頓，俾少少停頓。Mali home。
好難啊！點樣可以2個杯可以一次過睇到啫？2個杯都要有個窿啊？
唔係，係個杯一個杯嗰陣嘅時間。
跟住我要聽下色仔講咩？得。
記住佢，依家睇唔到㗎。
巴拉布。 妈妈，
哎，宝宝。妹妹儿。啊，擦擦脸，妈妈在擦擦脸。反正就是这2天也不是很舒服嘛，就老也睡不好。
那你不喝中药吗？
又没有什么毛病了。如果真的是生病的话，你再喝嘛，对吧？我只是有点不舒服而已。哎，我看看宝宝今天长多大了。
这个打不开。
这个吧，是写什么呢？
谢谢。
美国。你先看看怎么样，写的还可以。
忍者屋。
忍者屋。
这样。写。妈妈，写飞机场。
飞机场。我搜一下这个飞机场的繁体哈。小时候练毛笔字才写过。
去看一下。妈妈，博物馆。
博物馆，行。
妈妈，写萨拉旺卡。
你是说赞邦嘎吗？
对啊。
赞邦嘎。
A， 这是 A。
是我写了。
这边还有一个。
写了，这儿有，你看。
这个上面还写一个农场，绿色农场。
农场？哎，我喜欢这2个字，我写的好。哦，原来你这个跟你的这个小镇还挺。
这个呢？
博物馆。哇哦！那你告诉我哪儿是美国？
还要再写一些东西。
对，你飞机场还没用呢。
用啊，这里这里。
哦。
这个地区就是飞机场。
哦，对。
飞机场，还有飞机的车。
野餐地区。我饿了，我一写到这个野餐，我就觉得饿了。
野餐啊。
有道理。
I want to show you something. Ninja house. And this is a longer
farm.
Farm, yeah. Farm. And then look, this is museum.
Wow.
Let's finish. This
这4个字是不是很重要啊？对你这个
对
做的东西是不是啊？那所以我应该想办法写好一点，对吧？
很重要的，就觉得这是一个国旗。
如果下雨的话，你就帮我关一下窗户哈。
好啊，妈妈。记得带伞呢。
好，没问题。
是什么？
口罩啊。
是他弄的吗？
因为他买的这种彩虹色的口罩。
他买的。
他买了以后送给我。漂亮啊。
准备用温嘎农场，这野餐地区。这里研究物喽。天气。飞到太空了！降落！噼里啪啦啵。
We have Yinglang here with us actually. So if you are, if you have any sharing or questions to ask him, please write in. But I'm going to ask Yinglang to perhaps briefly tell us a few things about how you make this film and how this film came about.
Because it's a very long time, we stuck in the pandemic. I always teach online and always have some meeting online, and very few time go out to bring my son back his home and do something outside. When I teach my documentary course online, I discuss with my student. We have we made a promise when you they cannot come back classroom. Some somebody from mainland China and other country. They just can made their assessment own place. So we made a promise: if you do assessment, and I will do assessment. So when they finish, such as assessment name is a place or event, I will do assessment just like this. So I do a series of assessments during this time. We exchange our experience and exchange our mood in this a little difficult and special period, and we became close with I say with my students. One day I think it's interesting. Maybe I can continue make this kind of the work, and I can working together with my son, because I have make a lot of short film, documentary assignment with him in my home. So we discuss and we make a plan how to do and what's the story. We are very close, and I watch him growing up and playing together. We also now his age is school, primary school, but we make a space for the some kids just like him, some family working together make education for them. So we're very close, and we have a lot of story during he growing up, such as the that the director's the photo he cut from my book. It's really happened when he was, I remember, 3 years old, maybe. And he always like build something like control or like airplane or cars, such like this. So we discuss maybe we can telling this kind of the story. We only have some direction, and we during we make, and we sometime will change, sometime will just like push and think about and playing. Finally, it became a game for we two, and we enjoying. We spend I remember maybe totally 4 days or 5 days to shoot, and we have a very interesting memory. And today he always this morning he always ask me who will watch this film, but the quality just screen online not very good. But I will not tell him this situation, and I will tell him lots of people and laugh and like his action. In my eye, in this movie, he just like an artist. He has some fantastic idea, and always think how to change, how to play, and very freedom and pure. So it's the motivation to me. Also a approach to communication with him.
How much of this film is actually your collaboration, and how much of it is actually you watching him trying to make a film?
I think half-half. Actually, of course, I shoot and I know take knowledge, but some idea and the approach about our cooperation just like one person. Sometimes just like one person. He is my another half. I am his another half. And really believe each other and really hope to do next game. It's our relationship.
Can I ask you a question about autobiography? Because when you made the film about Hu Jia, yeah, sorry, Yang Jia, sorry. It was a story about mother and son, and I could see the parallel you draw about your own Shanghai family and that Shanghai family. And then after you've been to Hong Kong, you've been making films about your own story, but then acted by actors, and this film is really about your own family. So it seems like your films are closer and closer to yourself. The way you tell story, it's more and more obvious that every person has only one story to tell, which is always one's own story.
But I always somebody always misunderstanding me. Thought I'm a documentary filmmaker. Absolutely. Most of my work is fiction or docudrama. But this time, I'm not make sure what that is. The short film, that just a screen. But I think at least half of the style is documentary. I enjoy. I think the ratio of the documentary this time is the most of my works before. So I think the chairman of the documentary is nobody, including me and my son. He just like including my wife, just like actor and actress. We don't know. We didn't know what happened next stamp and next scene and next shot. It's the a little different experiments for me, for them. I enjoying and I will continue experimental this kind of the style because just like my last feature film, the name is A Family 2. It's also the action in my family. Because I want to also like this time I want to communication with my son to let him interesting to what happened in his daddy's life and all family's story. This time the short film it's happening. There's something happening and will happen in the future in our home. So it's a little different, but the motivation I think is same. So you said it's interesting to me. It looks I became maybe the family story director now. But I think the one family is very important. Although it's very small, but it's very important. The unite of the society. So to me, education each other with my son, education each other is very important and actually change our society and change the environment and the future, I think.
Can I take a break here and ask whether we have any questions here? 现场观众，我们有 1, 2, 3, 4, 4现场观众。If not, can I continue? How much time do I have? 15 minutes. Okay. Oh, great. I remember our first panel was about Xinjiang and Western China. I remember many years ago, we had a chat, and I said, "Oh, it's almost impossible to make films in Xinjiang." And then you told me about this film. A young female director in China made a short film totally within her own flat with her family. And this is what you have made. It's not dissimilar to that. It's quite, would you say there is similarity with that film and then closed space when people cannot go out, and then in your film you work on the interactions among the family members in an enclosed space when people cannot go out?
I think the political still different now between Hong Kong and Xinjiang. Also similar now and changing now. But to film industry in Xinjiang and other area in mainland China and in Hong Kong, I think close. One reason is the pandemic. One reason is political. The censorship, political censorship, more serious, and pandemic let the industry cannot keep working. To me, I'm only one of filmmakers, and I also like do some different work regarding film, such as teaching, such as writing something. So to me, in the past several years, long time, I almost each maybe 3 year or 2 year finish a feature film or short film. And I always use independent approach to do. So in front to me is not very serious, and I like to assist this kind of the challenge to change and to looking for the different way and possibility to try different direction. And to me, the life of the filmmaking and the life of my own family life now almost one in one system or in and very close. It's one of the part of my life to make this kind of the film. I also have some plan to continue make some documentary about my own family history and how my son and I keep playing some game in the future, in some documentary film in the future. I think is lucky because the bigger environment is bad and difficult in Hong Kong also. very, very serious. But I'm lucky. I have a friend. The name is Phil. He can therapy me and help me, and sometimes will give my family member some requirements and some warm. So it's interesting and rare opportunity to have this kind of the friend.
We have a question. Okay, Ying Lang, I enjoyed the film very much. It is a fascinating film that captures the intimacy of everyday life from a child's point of view at an extra. 我喐唔喐得呢個㗎？可唔可以拉埋啲㗎呢個？哎呀，but yeah 嚇嚇，but I was 睇唔到我條，but I was struck by how inventive your son is. The film really becomes a documentary of his creation of an artistic project in progress in collaboration with his mum. And only halfway we start to realize he is using the cardboard writings to construct his own world, full of hopes and vitality of life. It was very moving, and I wonder how your interaction with your son changed the way you look at cinema and its possibilities. Apart from, I added comment, your little son, the second son, is huge. So about how your interaction with your son changed the way you look at cinema and its possibilities.
Besides of cinema, we have other approach and lots of way to communication and change. It's not a change. It's push our life or fall in our life. Just like a picture book, just like a bouquet, just like several kind of the sports. Before 1 year, I didn't know how to ride a bicycle, but now I ride and better than my wife because my son teach me and he encouraged me to playing a different challenge. So it's a very good opportunity, and to me, I always positive to the life, especially after we have some kids. And I think although difficult, but I think okay, and finally we will change. Everybody, I think, still keep hope. We can have the future. We for sure.
Yeah, that's wonderful. What about cinema? Does this project, making film with your son, change the way you look at cinema? I'm not going to let you get away with that question.
He tell me sometimes what time I like start teaching cinema, filmmaking in or primary school. I think actually we learning now, and you very good. You always he always borrow his mother's iPad to make a photo and make a video, and always editing something we can discuss. And his classmates also have lots of interesting to learn. Actually I am one of the teacher of his primary school or primary school. So I think I lots of change to make a feel together and learn feel together with them.
And note this, the cat, the brown and white cat. His name is called Good Luck. He's your third cat.
They are very close. The cat is from neighbor. One the cat only I remember 4 months old. Actually, we have cats already in our home. But when my son visited my neighbor's home, when he found that cat, he didn't like move, want to feed. He feed the cats, and the neighbor grandpa liked him deeply, so give him. So they are just like brothers now. So playing together and sleep together. To me, it's always learn his point of view to the animals and learn his thoughts about the nature. Because kids really are artists and really very freedom people. And I always surprise and scare something with them because he speak very directly and sometimes very crazy. But when I use my identity just like a friend with them, and just like a filmmaker with them to create something together. I absolutely, and actually I have a change to become them because I cannot come back to childhood. But now I get this kind of the lucky opportunity. They give me a lot of hope to try to do something I never to do, including different film style.
I find it really fascinating, the parallel between how we watch Zhengli map out a world with the words, with putting label on space, and how he mapped out his world, and how you the film, the editing and the camera, how you put together shots to also map out the world which his world is contained in. I find that parallel fascinating, even in this very short 20 minutes film. I know this is only a rough cut of your first draft, and you're going to develop it. Can you, my last question for you is do you have any idea how you're going to develop this?
I think the image, I use my iPhone to shoot, and I use my iPhone to edit this time. Also my first time. It's very freedom and giving me a lot of possibility. Just like I introduced before, my son and I, during the shooting, always discuss and always stop. Sometimes we'll repeat some action. So he built the world. Maybe sometime I will say the flight is very interesting. Scary. Some is very beautiful. Maybe you do again. How about maybe I change angle too short. How about? Sometimes he will refuse. Sometimes he like to do and creative other or different action or idea to playing. Sometimes very crazy and out of the culture. To me, anything happen is a very good thing to try to meet the surprise out of the plan. Absolutely, the version just a screen. I think the image editing almost luck. I need to make do some sound design and color grading. This kind. I also will ask you if you have time. Help me to translate the subtitle. I only did this very simple and and very bad. And only for today's screen, let somebody to understand. I think the running time of the short film just like under the 20 minutes. It's a short film and not a long length film. It's a very simple and very interesting story and a character. It's a character including my wife, maybe also part of the me, hide of the camera. The character, so it's enough to a short film.
Okay, so I think we have a really from Dora Wong. I think we have a lovely comment here to end our discussion. Dora said, "We are learning how to design learning materials for children. Your film certainly provides insight and voice of your son and his generation will be so valuable."
I total agree. They better than me. They can do a lot of surprise and a fantastic thing. Absolutely, I still enjoying learn, and I will continue learning from them.
Thank you, Yinglang. Thank you, Zheng Lim. And I think it is a wonderful.
I will forward your thank you to him. He will very happy today.
Please thank him for reminding us, asking to ask ourselves how we have lost the ability to bring surprise as an adult. At what point have we lost that ability? So I think this is the completion of our morning's program, and when are we? In 2 hours' time? No, sorry, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we will start our afternoon's program. Hong Kong time 2 o'clock. Hong Kong time 2 o'clock. Thank you, Yinglang. Thank you, Zheng Lim.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, all friends.
喂，一二三四，家庭觀眾啊，我係有啦，係嘛？一二三四 ，test 1 2。家庭觀眾收到。喺後邊台後，一二三四，試咪一二三四。
家庭觀眾收到，收到。現場收唔收到？啊，好，應該。
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back and welcome back to the afternoon session of the symposium. Now I'm going to read an extract from a Cantonese translation of Yan Lianke's novella in Chinese. The novella is 八楼天歌, 八楼天歌, is translated into English as Marrow by Carlos Rojas. And I have chosen this novella to translate into Cantonese for two reasons, especially for today's occasion. Yan Lianke's works often remind us how human beings are very much part of nature and the very close, and he often highlights the very close relationship between human and nature. That is something that we have often forgotten. And I'm working on Cantonese, and I have chosen this work to be translated for two reasons. I'm very interested in experimenting with the capacity of Cantonese. Very often we now forgotten that Cantonese is also a very literary language, and it has a very wide register, and I want to experiment this aspect of Cantonese, and Yan Lianke's work is a very good opportunity to do that. And also, very often we think that Cantonese, because it's used in Hong Kong, it's used in Guangzhou, it's the vocabulary is very urban, it is very much an urban language. And I'm very interested in experimenting with a more rural vocabulary of the language. So I'm going to read you the beginning of the novella in Cantonese as I try to translate it. 成個世界都係秋天嘅香色，深秋季節話嚟就嚟，山上粟米嘅甜味，黐粒粒捽極都捽唔開。屋檐上、草尖上，仲有稻草人嘅頭髮上，周圍都掛住秋天嘅黃色，一滴一滴玉墜玉落，閃住馬路一樣嘅光澤，將成條村照到光晒，成座山照到光晒。成個世界照到光晒。豐收喎，咁樣嘅時年景況，先係水淺太旱，然後係水深浸晒。到咗粟米嘅花粉要交配嘅關頭，應該落雨就落雨，應該有日頭就有日頭。結果平地同埋山坡地收成一般，山地同埋山脊竟然難得咁豐收。粟米鬚好似人嘅小腿一樣。啲框都壓到攣晒，有啲仲斷埋，趴喺地面夾硬生。嗰條人哋叫做油四懵仔村嘅油家村，原本都係一笪山坡地，豐收嘅情況就唔使講啦。白露同埋秋分之間，就有人收割粟米。油四婆婆一家人全部喺晒山脊上面，全部喺離佢哋村最遠嘅山脊上面。舊年調整分地嘅時候，村裏面嘅人都嫌嗰笪地遠，村長就同佢講：油四婆婆，你屋企三傻四傻咁食得，不如你一家人去種啦，想種幾多畝就種幾多畝。於是油四婆婆就帶住佢嘅傻仔傻女去嗰度種地，種晒成條山脊，好似8畝，又好似10畝，點都諗唔到佢今年竟然豐收到盆滿缽滿。油四婆婆已經帶住佢個傻妹同傻仔嚟呢度收割咗3日，搬運咗3日，成塊田先至收割到1/3。人已經攰啦，豐收亦收到煩啦。無邊無際嘅粟米田裏面，綠色嘅框同枯葉撐起成個棚咁，個人捐入去就好似入咗個海一樣。油四婆婆將粟米放入竹籃，搬去田頭，一邊搬一邊聽到後面三妹青 B B 咁尖叫：阿媽阿媽，你理下你個傻仔啦！佢追住我摸我個波，我對波俾佢搣到好痛啊！田頭嘅粟米堆到碼起咗一條堤咁樣，天非常高遠，雲非常淡遠，粟米嘅紫色鬚脆碎成粉末彈起，喺田間日頭底下劈嚟劈去。油四婆婆循住叫聲擰轉身， 果然見到傻仔阿四追住三妹，將三妹件衫前邊扯開。佢嗰對脹卜卜嘅波好似兩隻白兔仔嘅頭咁，白雪雪，開開心心咁彈下彈下，好似想跳落嚟咁。由四婆婆呆住，見到三妹俾傻仔阿四揸住對波，面上冇羞恥嘅表情，亦冇唔開心，反而好似貼上咗一層淺紅色嘅蓮花一樣咁吉利。而喺三妹後面戇居居企喺度嘅傻仔阿四，一邊騎騎笑，一嘴含住口水，兩眼含住淚水，係驚阿媽嘅眼淚。由四婆婆唔知道事情嘅前因後果，佢想問清楚，但係又覺得呢對仔女太傻，唔知應該點問起。就喺佢猶豫嘅時候，眼前一閃，見到佢老公由石頭企喺田頭。佢話係傻仔阿四先喐手去扯三妹件衫褸㗎，我喺側邊睇到清清楚楚。由四婆婆將眼光由老公身上收翻埋嚟，望住傻仔阿四話：阿四，你過嚟，阿媽同你講啲嘢。傻仔阿四唔願意，但係都行過嚟。由四婆婆手起掌落，一巴冚落傻仔阿四塊面度。Yeah, I hope perhaps sometime later you can give me some feedback about the Cantonese language. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for staying with us. We are about to begin our second academic panel. Before we start the presentations, I would like to briefly introduce our three distinguished speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Winnie Yi, Assistant Professor in Comparative Literature at the University of Hong Kong. Her research interests cover eco-criticism, contemporary Chinese literature, and film. And her recent academic publications related to eco-criticism appear in Prism, Exposition, and Asian Cinema. And our second speaker, Howard Choi, who is my colleague, is Associate Professor at Hong Kong Baptist University. He's the author of Remapping the Past, Fictions of History in Tense China, and also the editor of Discourses of Disease, Writing Illness, the Mind and Body in Modern China. The last but not the least speaker is Dr. Enoch Tam, who is also our colleague, is the Program Director of Creative Writing for Film, Television, and New Media at Hong Kong Baptist University. His academic publications will appear in Journal of Chinese Cinemas, Interactions, and other film journals. So let's welcome our first speaker, Dr. Winnie Yi.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Low, for the very generous introductions, and thank you, Baptist University, for having me. Let me share my PowerPoint first. Okay. So this afternoon, I would like to talk about revisiting the cultural imaginary of waterscape in post-socialist Chinese independent cinema. So I'm going to look at three examples, to illustrate my discussions of water narratives. This is actually part of my larger book project, which is on looking at post-socialist Chinese literary text and independent cinema through an eco-critical lens. So I will start with some brief introductions of the theoretical framework that I'm working on, and then use three examples to illustrate. So hopefully there will be some very interesting discussions later. So narratives, of the sea have become quite popular, as subjects, of scholarly attentions, particularly in the field of eco-criticism, with the focus on human-non-human relationship. Elizabeth de Lockery, the key figure in ocean studies, has observed, a kind of critical shift in our understanding of the ocean. So rather than taking an anthropocentric point of view of the ocean as a challenge for man to conquer, we have become more focused on the ocean's own vibrancy. So this is quoting from de Lockery. The ocean open quote, has come into being as wet matter rather than inert backdrop. Concepts of fluidity, flow, routes, and mobility have been emphasized over other. Less poetic terms such as blue water navies, mobile offshore bases, high sea exclusion zones, sea lanes of communications, and maritime choke points, end quote. The recent interest in ocean, water, river, maritime life, I think these terms will be used rather interchangeably in my presentation, could be a response to transoceanic militarism via sail, coal, steam, or nuclear-powered ships and submarines, which has come to represent global energy sources, masculinity, and state power. So a discussion of the portrayal of the ocean in ecocritical debates is of particular significance in the context of China, where events associated with water such as flooding, drowning, relocations, remain urgent matters. So in recent years, the water project that has gained the most attention must be, the Three Gorges Dam, which blocked and diverted Asia's largest river, the Yangtze, in 1997. It was the project of the late Premier Li Peng and a source of monumental national pride. The dam was designed to regulate floods, of cataclysmic proportions, which might strike once, in a millennium. So in order for such a dam to be built, villages were evacuated and people uprooted and relocated. So floating is a term that can be used to describe these dislocated inhabitants and also the migrant workers who follow the flow of urban development to earn a living. So in my presentation, I would like to examine narratives of waterscape that deal with many physical aspects of water. For example, its depths, movements, and stasis, not moving, which provide a striking critique of the progressive capitalist model that sees water as a means to promote tourism and exploit labor. So by looking at the various physical states of the water in the frames that I have selected, I hope to demonstrate that thinking with water will reconceptualize our geographical understanding. This entails not simply an acknowledgement of a world of flows, connections, and liquidities, but also an appreciation of the ways that water's material and phenomenological distinctiveness can lead to a reimagining of the world. The three themes selected for the discussion depict the socio-cultural consequences of the construction of the mega dams and the sacrifices made in the name of development. And the camera work and cinematic techniques employed in these themes celebrate the vibrancy and vitality of the ocean, not just as a metaphor, but as a thing in the world, indicating the conventional anthropocentric view that nature is a standing reserve to be exploited by humans. So the various qualities of water are evoked by the modes of cinematic representation and also by the story of the national project of construction and development. So this would be like the key point of my presentation. And then referencing an earlier example, an earlier scholar who talks about water, in his discussion of water pathology in the New Chinese Cinema, Mi Jiayan employs water as a verb and explores, I quote, its function as an ecological practice, a dynamic semiotic that mediates the formation of a complex network of political, social, and cultural identities, end quote. Mi Jiayan's cognitive mapping links water to identity formation. But in the three themes that I'm considering, Yong Zhang's Up the Yangtze, Jia Zhangke's Still Life, and Dong Jun's Flood, water is more apt to appear as a witness to historical trauma. Water's active flow and endurance highlight the necessity to abandon the anthropocentric view. And the filmmakers' refusal to make water into purely just a spectacle by focusing on its destructive power or its fantastic display is a conscious departure from the common use of nature in cinema as well. As human history progresses, nature also flows, but with its own agency and vibrancy. So the themes that I plan to discuss overturn the hegemonic ideology, the urban discourse, and the capitalistic logic that remain dominant in post-socialist China. Okay, so I will start with my first example, which is Yong Zhang's Up the Yangtze, and I want to focus on the idea of depth and submersion. Yong Zhang's Up the Yangtze, produced in 2007, is narrated by the director, which tells the story of two teenagers working as sort of like servants on luxury cruise line that offers foreigners a farewell tour of the Yangtze River. Born in Canada, Yong Zhang, the filmmaker, traveled to China to see the country that his grandfather remembered, but instead found a completely remade, fabricated, and modernized nation. The film presents China's modernization project as both feat of construction, particularly the creation of the Three Gorges Dam, which has become a tourist mecca, and a catalyst of destructions, so the bulldozing of homes and relocation of villages. So these are the two protagonists, in the film. So the lives of the two teenagers, Cheng Bo-yu, this is the guy, and Yu Shui, the girl in the lower image, have been turned upside down as a result of the building of the Three Gorges Dam. Their struggles and aspirations as servants on luxury cruise line are juxtaposed with the indulgence of the Western tourists they serve, who see China's cultural relics as a quaint subject for photographs only. The multiple storylines present China as like a jigsaw puzzle, of which the constructions of the dam, relocated residents, struggling young servants, and Western travelers all form the small pieces. The documentary used images of water as a subtle indictment of Chinese modernization. The Yangtze River is associated with the process of submersion. So after the floodgates of the dam are closed, not only are the villages submerged, but the lives of the villagers are also engulfed in poverty. So the pacing of the film's opening sequence is slow. I haven't prepared, the clips, for you, but I hope that, that will sort of intrigue you, and then you will go and watch the documentary later. The pacing of the film's opening sequence is slow, almost elegiac. It prepares the audience for the story that is about to be told, which is a tragic story of longing, loss, and the juxtaposition of wealth and poverty on the Yangtze River. It is also a story of power, whether the power is electrical, economic, or political, and what it means to have little or no power at all over one's life or connection to home. So I'm referencing, another scholar here. The power of the documentary lies in the camera work, which compels the audience to see the water not as a surface, but as a depth that can effect, profound, change. So this is the beginning, the images, from the beginning of the film. The beginning sequence of the film relies on the slow upward movement, mimicking both the rise of China as great power and the rising waters of the Yangtze River that slowly but also inexorably submerge and drown everything along its banks. The upward movement also prompts the audience to consider changing perspectives and allows them to glimpse what will soon be swallowed by the sea. So depth as a quality of the water is often overlooked, but then in this particular documentary, it plays a central role. The depth of the water represents the long and deep history of the individuals who are displaced by the dam. The slow submersion of the landscape mirrors the psychological changes in the characters who gradually become absorbed into the depths of consumerism. So Yu Shui, the little girl, is taught by the other female staff on the cruise to pamper herself, to put on makeup, to buy new clothes, and learn to be an avid consumer in the new age of globalization. Cheng Bo-yu, the guy, proud of his looks and also relatively good command of English, is intent on identifying the Western tourist who will live large tips and forgets about other values. So this is the ending of the film. Okay. The film records both the slow submersion of landscape, cities, and people, and the strategies for survival adopted by the soon-to-be displaced people who are at the heart of the film. It ends, with this rather memorable sequence that evokes the opening's rising camera shot. It is a stop-motion montage of time-lapse photographs showing the youth, families, field, and shack slowly swallowed, by the rising water of the river. In the end, they're completely gone, both, home and also the shack, are completely gone. And only trace of them and of the many other communities in the Three Gorges region can be found in people's memories and stories. Yongzhang's Up the Yangtze uses the depth of the water to represent stories that will soon be submerged into a patriotic account of glorious development. It also represents the way that people's lives are gradually submerged, absorbed and swallowed by the larger forces of development, consumerism, and tourism. So quickly, I will move to the second example, which is probably more familiar to the audience. It is Jia Zhangke's Still Life, and I want to look at movement and floating. Still life depicts the disappearances of the city of Fengjie. It sunk into the Yangtze River as a result of the constructions of the dam. Residents lost their homes overnight, and many were forced to participate in the destruction, abandoning their homes and remain silent witnesses, to the trauma. In response, to the great loss, the residents react with seeming indifference. They see the sequence of events as inevitable and do not exhibit either sorrow or remorse. The only person who continues to search for mementos through the rubble is not a local, but an outsider. Of course, he is the miner named Han Sanming. The only remaining evidence of the submerged city is actually an address inscribed on a cigarette paper. Sanming, who has come from Sanshi to look for his ex-wife, whom he has not seen for 16 years, holds on to this flimsy address she has left behind. So Sanming's long trip epitomized, the existential condition of Chinese migrant laborers whose diasporic life reveals the impossibility of creating roots in post-socialist China. So their journeys, from place to place in search of employment have become like a never-ending and also relentless process of urbanization and redevelopment. So floating, the movement associated with water, best described, of course, these lives of the migrant workers. The traveling migrant workers and uprooted citizens depicted in still life are like goats, forced, to roam the earth, endlessly. So this movement of floating water conveys not only the inevitability of pushing people out of their homes, but also, interestingly, also the empowerment, possible when people combine, forces. So the movement, of water is emphasized, of course, in still life. There are many scenes that the moving Yangtze River and the camera works itself resembles a kind of floating. So the long tracking shot in the beginning of the film again shows the various activities of the migrant workers who travel on boats. They smoke, they play cards, chat, eat, and sometimes gaze in reverie like Han Sanming. The range of activities highlights the existence of complete life afloat and foreshadows the rootless future of these migrant workers. The opening long sequence showing people ranging from young to old together on a ferry imitates the drift and displacement that affect generations beyond the present one. So displacement seems inevitable, forced and imposed, but such alienating situations generate new relationships and feelings that allow people to regain their sense of humanity and hope. The diaspora experience strengthened the notion of home by making it flexible. So Han Sanming, actually the male protagonist, which is shown on the right-hand side, might represent the generations of migrant workers who leave homes to earn their living. His life, of course, is predestined to be in exile, but the fact is he is also capable of deep emotions, suggests an openness which allows him, in turn, to have an impact on other migrant workers and to form different kind of bonding, and alliances. So still life follows a horizontal timeline that connecting people and diasporic subjects. So people drift about trying to find others to complete themselves. Han Sanming traveled from Sanxi to Fengjie to look for his ex-wife. Shen Hong is the female protagonist on the left-hand side. Goes to Fengjie to look for Guo Bin, the husband who left her 2 years earlier. So the displacement of these people leads to an alternate connections, and their movement parallels the movement of the sea that, responding to deep forces, parts and comes together. The scene of people with their luggage as a pier, which is quite frequently shown in the film, reflect the magnitude and the depth of displacement across geographical regions and generations. So the ferry pier is a place of both departure and arrival, and the coming of goings of travelers echo the movements of water moving upwards and downwards, rising and subsiding. The fluidity of water generates lines of connections. Unlike the Three Gorges Dam that enacts closure and division, the post-socialist reality demands the Chinese people who look for new connections based not on topography, but on affective relations. So for the generation of the exiled subjects who are forced to look for job opportunities elsewhere, it is necessary to reimagine one's sense of being. So these kind of connections are horizontal in spatial terms and vertical in temporal terms. And Jia Zhangke's film emphasizes a new home that echoes the diaspora experience, a home that can only be elsewhere. So that would be the second example that I look at. The last example will be on another documentary by Dong Jun titled Flood. And I want to look at stasis and silence, as another feature of water. Dong Jun's Flood uses waterscape to explore the concepts of history, the self, and place. Water imaginary is used to address and negotiate memories, histories, and political agenda. The documentary records and documents the myth of controlling water and its destructive consequences in history. So juxtaposing oral histories and images of nature devoid of human beings, Flood challenges Chinese history and myth and suggests that human arrogance is at the root of efforts to stop and challenge water. The consequent damage is therefore man-made and not natural. The documentary primarily relies on memories, which also calls into questions the great visions of national power based on the human sacrifice involved in the endless construction. Okay. So the opening scenes of Flood establish the historical background and provide the first of many evocations of stasis. The audience is shown a static shot, of a massive expanse of calm water. Human actually enters and leaves the frame while water remains fast and unchanging. Humanity's limited power is in stark contrast to the long and ever-running Yellow River, which is actually a character, in the documentary. The passage of humans makes no impact on the water, which will outlast the transitory existence of men and women. So this view, is reinforced composition of the scene, that humans appear as tiny dots in the foreground and the Yellow River dominates the middle and the background. Again, quoting Elizabeth Delacouret, in her discussion of colonial narratives of maritime expansion, she argues that portrayals of the ocean provide a vital critique of progressive models of capitalist time, in which the movement of 18th century ships on Atlantic slave routes created the measurement of longitude and by extension, the homogenization of globalization of time. And the homogenization of global time, Flood deals with China's first large-scale economic development project in 1957, which led to the construction of Salmon Gorge Dam, 三门下水电站. The dam was meant to represent the power to control nature. China's natural resources would be used then to generate electricity, and the flood of the Yellow River would be controlled. But then the images of stasis in the film, however, mock that view of progress. These images are accompanied by depictions of irreparable damage that was done to the historical site, collective memories, and agricultural ecology, and the hundreds of thousands of people whose livelihoods were sacrificed to the destructive project. So actually in the documentary, there are many scenes that shown and invites the audience to mourn the stasis objects and the deserted space. That was, after the building, of the dam, which does not lead to prosperity, and tourism. But on the contrary, it was empty, and completely deserted. So the static and ruined objects are in stark contrast to the lively and undisturbed water images in the documentary. And the waterscape evokes the power of nature and challenges the utilitarian mentality that is used to justify progress and anthropocentrism. And in the documentary, there is also a figure, Da Yu, that is being reference, Chinese people respond to water with awe and with fear because of the threat of flooding. So Da Yu is a half historical, half mythical figure of Chinese folklore that was used, in the documentary to illustrate the kind of mythical figure that was reinvented in order to justify the kind of human control. So again, what is being highlighted is that kind of mythical reinvention does not lead to possible and constructive development, of the people. And stasis, becomes such an important note, to highlight the problems that was a consequence, to the making of the dam. So as a conclusion, the repeated invitations to contemplate the river in all the three frames encourages the audience to share in the hopelessness and the impotence of the Chinese population, who are at the mercy, of the larger trends of market-oriented redevelopment, in China. So in this presentation, I have explored the nature of water as a means, of understanding the history of post-socialist China. And rather than looking at the ways water is adapted to human use, I focus on the ways that human beings are also formed by the water. So I will just stop here, and thank you very much, for your patience, and hope that we will have more discussions later. Thank you.
Okay, is it my turn, Casey?
Yes,
Oh,
please
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, okay. Yeah, hi, everybody. I'm supposed to be there with my colleagues. Unfortunately, I'm not feeling really well these couple of days, so I think I better stay home. And okay, today's topic I add one word to reflect the focus of our symposium today. The word is Chinese. So my title today is towards a Chinese ecofeminism on Ma Jian's The Dark Road, 阴之道. Okay, maybe a little bit introduction of Ma Jian for those who are not familiar with him. Ma Jian is a diasporic dissident who was delighted re-entry into China since 9 years ago. I first learned about his work when I was a student reading his 1987 novella, 亮出你的舌苔或空空荡荡, stick out your tongue. And this work was about situation in Tibet. And so that year, 1987, he was in Hong Kong. And since then, he stayed most of his time outside of mainland China. And before the end of the last millennium, Ma Jian stayed in Germany and then later moved to London, where he got remarried because he could not return to China. And in the recent years, in the past 12 years, Ma Jian has published novels, one after another, on sensitive topics. One is the 2008 Beijing Coma, which is a story based on the Tiananmen Square massacre, 1989. And most recently, another controversial novel is his China Dream, 中国梦, and published 2 years ago. And today I'll focus on his 2012 novel, The Dark Road. First, I would like to cite a couple of scholars studying Ma Jian's novel. And the first one is a published article by Elizabeth Cullingford, published in the journal Science, a journal of women in culture and society. Cullingford read Ma Jian's novel together with Mo Yan's Frog, Hua, and she suggested that Ma Jian actually neglects the relationship between increasing population and environmental pollution, because Ma Jian was against a one-child policy. And so he ignored the fact that an increasing Chinese population will lead to the worsening of the environmental pollution. Although the author reads that each stage of the heroine's journey towards a feminist understanding of her predicament is constructed to illustrate China's economical deterioration. She concludes that Ma Jian's novel is anti-feminist because she puts it in the context of the recent American anti-choice movement. And so she reads Ma Jian's novel as an alignment with the Western anti-abortion discourse. My question here is actually, I will ask whether Ma Jian's anti-one-child policy is exactly the same as anti-abortion. And so I will move to another article, and that is Shen Shuang. She presented 1 year earlier than the above mentioned article at Wittenberg University in Ohio, USA. In her presentation entitled Life as a Journey, Ma Jian's Dark Road, and the global translation of Ma Jian's one-child policy, she cites Mary DeShazas, and a professor of women's and gender studies, by using her concept of the fractured borders to argue that actually in the novel, the female protagonist, Mei Li, her body is a parasitic site or a common ground, a meeting place of the toxic environment and the human body. So the toxic environment is not, my understanding is not only outside of our body, it's part of, and the human body is part of the toxic environment because the human body has actually been intoxicated already. Yeah. So today I would like to borrow the idea of ecofeminism to reinvestigate Ma Jian's novel. According to the definition by Mary Mellor in her Introduction to Feminism and Ecology, published in 1997, ecofeminism is a movement that sees a connection between the exploitation and degradation of the natural world and the subordination and oppression of women. It emerges in the mid-1970s alongside second-wave feminism and the Green Movement. Actually, some other scholars of ecofeminism will attribute the beginning of this idea in the third wave instead of the second wave of feminism, depending how you understand the relationship between feminism and ecology. But anyway, of course, we can put Ma Jian's novel alongside with other literary work and film production, including Mo Yan's Wa in 2019, and a very famous documentary series directed by Chen Wei-jun. This is Life Shengmen 4 years ago. Now, focusing on the dark road, of course, Yin Zhi Dao, depending on how you read it, besides the standard English translation of the dark road, you can understand it as the way of the yin, which I will talk about by citing Ma Jian later. Or if you put away the zhi in between yin and dao, that apparently is about the vagina. So I read the novel as a dark fiction about a peasant family in the name of Confucius' descendant exiling from forced abortion and sterilization under Chinese one-child policy. And the beginning and end dates of the policy was 1979 to 2016, more than 30 years. It's actually, including the end date and the beginning is 38 years. So in the novel, we found extraordinary descriptions of the shocking violence of birth control practices in China, especially the excessive cruelty practiced by the birth planning authorities. Here, notice that I used the term, I translate 计划生育 into birth planning instead of family planning. There is a difference, I believe, between family planning, 家庭计划, like that was practiced in Hong Kong before, and 生育计划 or 计划生育 birth planning. There's a difference between, but then since I don't have time to explain them, also when we go along with the standard English translation, we just use the translator's choice, and that is still family planning. But I just want to alert that there's a difference between 计划生育 and 家庭计划. Okay. The environmental concern of the Yangtze River, which we just learned from Winnie about the 3 films about the Changjiang, and also concern about poisoned food or alterated food of milk powder, which is very much known years ago for its use of overdosage of the melamine in the milk powder. And there are other kinds of food that appear in the novel that is also poisoned or fake. Okay, the whole story is based on a true news in Guangxi that took place in 2007 in a county known as Bobai. And then there was a huge uprising among the peasants against forced abortion and increased financial penalties and local family planning officials' corruption. You can find the reporting of news through the BBC and the Guardians and other news websites. And here we notice that Ma Jian actually used a lot of news he can find in London, and actually he also did a field trip. Yeah, he returned to China when then he was still able to re-enter China in 2007. Okay, and well, of course, he cites some figures that you can easily find online, like 30 million forced abortions annually during the one-child policy years, and 400 million births prevented, according to a figure. The ways to do that including injection of poisons into the fetus skull, induction of labor by Pitocin, and also destroy the IUCD by using firecracker that was performed by peasant husband, and other ways. So it's not new for us to know a huge scale of female infanticide and late-term abortion during that period. We found all these in the novel. Interestingly, is that the male protagonist is in the feminine name of Kongzi, Confucius, and his saying of the 不孝有三无后为大, 不孝有三无后为大 is very well known. But interestingly, the novel goes from family line continuation to a national discourse. And as China, the Chinese government officially trying to resurrect Confucianism. What you can really find in the English version as the first journal article I cite by criticizing Ma Jian for Confucianism, and that's why he was criticized by the American critic as anti-feminism, is because in the English version here or there, you find that something is missing. I think it's intended so that we'll be focusing on the violence of the one-child policy. For example, the mocking of the male protagonist, Kongzi or Kong Lao Er, about his every evening he would like to, when he was traveling along the Yangtze River, he would like to watch porn movies in other boats. So this kind of a mocking of Confucius was is missing in English version, and then to a certain extent will mislead the reading of Western readers. But also I'm interested is I'm borrowing Liao Li's idea of the dark tradition when he revisited Lu Xun. But here the dark tradition referring to a Yao Chuantong, that is writing the dark side of the culture by using, for example, in this novel, mystical figures like Nü Wa or Nü Gua, depending how you read it, and dreaming, bad dreams about a grandmother who has already passed away, worshipping the goddess. And interestingly, the goddess was originally a goddess of fertility, but is now turned by the government into the same figure, was turned into a goddess of birth control. And then the author also suggests that the newborn baby spirit is the mother's soul free from her body. But most interestingly about this dark tradition is the so-called fourth person narrative invented by Ma Jian. And other than the third person narrative of the entire novel, because it adds a paratext. In the Chinese original, it will be in a different font. In the English translation, is in boldface, and that is from the perspective of a figure called infant spirit, Yingling, and Yingling. This spirit stay in the female protagonist's body for 5 years until the end of the novel. Of course, it's easy to borrow Foucault's biopower theory to read this story, especially when it concerns the medicalization of the body and under the modern state's control. Apparently, one very often cited sentence from this novel is 男人管阴道，政府管子宫. And when a man penetrates into a woman's vagina, he actually ultimately is violating the law of the government, because the zigong was managed by the government. So, well, you can tell that whose control actually goes deeper. In the novel, of course, we all know that China has an economic miracle. Sorry, I'm observing the time. I've realized that according to my cell phone, I still have 6 minutes, so I have to go faster. So there are some citations to share with you. And you see examples like breaking newborn babies' limbs so as to sell it to gangsters in the big cities and to become beggars to make money, and related to child trafficking, and for foreign adoption. And the adoption practice in China has become a well-known international industry or business. And not to mention, for the government, they impose taxes and turning basically newborn babies into commodities. And I would like to call this as a birth economy. By birth economy, we have all these examples. And going alongside with that is corruption and even the practice of cannibalism. Besides the forced abortion medical fees, we see, of course, Ma Jian also mentioned but the so-called donations, actually but selling. And this blood economy, of course, is well known also in another novel by Yu Hua, Xu Sanguan Mai Shui Ji. And also there are scenes about placenta consumption. And selling of baby girls or fetus to restaurants for soup. And this, researchers believe that this is more like imagination comparable to Mo Yan's famous novel, Jiu Guo, The Republic of Wine. Before I enter into, take you on to the Yangtze River, of course, there are other kinds of pollution, including air pollution. The imaginary site in the novel Tiantang Zhen, in Canton, the Heaven Township, is full of the chemical known as dioxin. I think Hong Kong people since last year, we are very familiar with dioxin. And one impact of the dioxin is to cause non-reproduction. Yeah. And so quickly enter into the river, and in the early part of the novel, we find some very lyrical description of the river and human, and relating the mother, the figure, to mother nature. And one sentence, for example, is Mei Li. Here I quote: feels milk begin to leak from her breasts. She leans over the side of the boat and squeezes it out, drip, drip, drip. The river opens its mouth and swallows. So the river as a site of production is, of course, not only alone in the Chinese civilization. The relationship between river and reproduction can also, for example, be found in all major rivers in the world, such as the Nile River. And the Yangtze River, of course, is well known, but the author described the Three Gorges, describe it as a dark pouch related to the lower body of a woman. The Three Gorges dam, which Winnie also talked about in her study of the films earlier. And another concern about that is the animal. So the extinction of the Chinese sturgeon, which is under Class 1 protection, is going to disappear after the building of the Three Gorges dam. And to human beings, according to Apple Daily's report last year, 1.3 million people relocated because of this project. Interestingly, in the novel, we find the description of riverscape, but it's a garbage riverscape. We see, for example, in these quotations here, quote, "In the bright morning sun, the rags and plastic bags sparkle with jewels." So it looks beautiful. This garbage looks beautiful. Or the third one, the July sunlight has softened the earth, where the heat seeps into Mei Li's flesh. So the human body can feel this mother nature, but surrounded or contaminated by garbage. Also, among this garbage is well-known e-waste or electronic waste. The most well-known incident is this ship, as you can see on the PowerPoint, Emma Musk. This ship is a huge ship used employed to transport Western, including beaches, American electronic wastes into China, and make China has as much as 70% of the world's toxic e-waste. Of course, one of the two most toxic cities, towns in China has stopped this business after finding that there are cause a lot of health problems in the area around Foshan and these towns. And the next one, we see how this polluted water related to eco-sickness, including not only river, but also underground water and underground water. And that causes all kinds of disease to people, especially children, and all kinds of cancers, as you can see on the last point on this slide. Also, besides the beautiful river, garbage river sites, we see the landfill scenes too. We see how the golden sky above this large amount of garbage, that the landfill site resembles a dry lake nestled in a green forest. It was before the opening of the Beijing Olympics. And then the author described the protagonists on the site of a field of tulips and white chrysanthemum. And so the description of beautiful landscape, but in terms of the beauty, the so-called beauty of the garbage is very interesting. And if we do some research, of course, we can find he's actually talking about the Guiyu place. And I find time is up, so I'll try to finish it in 2 minutes. And so all these beautiful descriptions, interestingly, we are now coming to the end scene of the novel. We find that the male protagonist walking on the top of a great expanse of waste, including circuit boards, memory chips, copper and silver shells on mobile phones, Intel microchips, and last we see he's holding up his newborn baby, which is a motionless child, a dead baby already after staying miraculously 5 years in the mother's body. And eventually we find Mei Li she wants to become independent. And interestingly is the writing of Mei Li alongside with the mad dog next to her. And she decided to go to the city and find a new life. But before she did that, while making up, she also gave a good bath, a wash of the mad dog next to her. And hopefully the dog will appear as a lotus from a muddy pond. So we find the resubjectification of the subject, Mei Li, as an animal. Yeah, and of course, here appears again the Chinese surgeon, this guy of fish. Then Mei Li decide to want to become independent woman, and like the sturgeon that swim up the Yangtze River and transformed herself. This transformation reminds us, of course, Kafka's Metamorphosis from a shy peasant girl to a strong, capable woman. The second last line is a quotation from an interview of Ma Jian 7 years ago. He says, quote, in Chinese philosophy, rivers represent the life-giving yin, yin zhi dao, the eternal female. But on my long journey down the poisoned waterways of China, I discovered that the rivers are treated with the same, or as a body of Chinese women. So basically, the entire story is about a defenseless woman's resistance to traditional patriarchism and state terrorism. So quickly, we come to the last slide, and I would like to end my discussion today, a quotation from Hu Shi. And in this article, 持有的问题, Hu Shi he actually quote from his friend, whom he did not name, but he said, 你看一个国家的文明，只需要考察3件事情。第一，看他们怎么带小孩子；第二，看他们怎么带女人。And第三, of course, Hu Shi has another one, but I would like to turn it into the third, is how to treat the environment in which we live. Okay, so that's my quick presentation today. It's a work in progress, and thank you for sharing, my presentation today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, let me share.
Oh, here I see 3 minutes left. Too late, sorry.
Okay. Okay, let me have my timeline first. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Enoch Tam from British University. My topic of today is free ecology in Hong Kong independent documentaries. I'll later explain which free ecology I'm addressing. But first of all, I would like to have a very brief review of the recent discussion of Hong Kong independent documentary. When we talk about Hong Kong independent documentary in recent years, we always think about those documentary about social activism and about the protests. For example, documentary about Wang Zifeng and documentary about, for example, the umbrella movement. We have Chen Jiwun's yelling about the umbrella movement. We have Nora Lam, Lost in Frame, about Leung Tin Kei, another Hong Kong localist leader. So here I have a very brief review of very recent the recent development of Hong Kong social activism to recall our memory. So very brief, let me begin with the 2010s. We have this movement we call 5 Constituency Referendum. The idea behind this movement is that actually these 5 guys stepped down from their let go position, and then to restart the election, so that the people can express their will of whether they want to have the universal suffrage. So the social movement is basically about universal suffrage, and later we see the rise of another generation in the anti-moral and national education movement in the 2012. It is more or less, we can regard this as an anti-nationalization, a movement for an anti-nationalization. And I think the movement, the demand for universal suffrage and the movement for the anti-nationalization actually can somehow conclude or sum up the past 10 years, the social movement of the past 10 years in Hong Kong. The next one I'm going to mention is of course, 2014 umbrella movement, and basically have only one simple demand, is also universal suffrage, and then later developed at the end of umbrella movement, later developed into the 2016. Maybe it is less known by people outside Hong Kong, but it's also a very important movement is the fishball revolution in Mongkok in 2016, and then recently, of course, we all know that I think everyone knows that it's anti-extradition movement in the 2019, and I'm not sure whether I can put down the year of 2020, whether it's end or not. We don't know, but let's just put down 2020 as its end point. But why I put up this series of movement, why I need to recall this a series of events, is because in the recent year, when we talk about Hong Kong independent documentary, we always refer to documentary about this movement. But actually, before this series of movement, Hong Kong has a pretty long tradition of another kind of social movement, which has been highly represented in local documentary, but very much less discussed or under discussed in international scholarship. So I want to bring this up. So what are they? So before or another type of social movement begins in the 2000s. Actually, what I refer to is some social movement related to space, to memory, to community, and to land. Okay, one is in the 2006 and anti-Lý Đông Gai, Lý Đông Street redevelopment project movement. Okay, we all know that Lý Đông Street is a street related to those Reading banquet related business in Wan Chai, and then some people fight for their interests and fight for some compensation, but the government just don't just ignore them, and then they remove the whole street, and then later built into the Lý Đông Avenue. It is now how it's not in nowadays. Okay, so this first movement I want to mention, and then later around the same time, and this is a more important preservation movement in Hong Kong in 2006 and 2007 is the preservation movement of Starbury and Queen's Piers. I think many Hong Kong people still have memory about this. And they occupy, some activists occupy the Starburys and later the Queen's Piers and want to preserve these two heritage or these two of, they call this public space. Later I will return to this notion again. And of course some attack them are too nostalgic, okay, too colonialism and something like that, but they have another explanation and understanding of why they occupy and why they defend or why they want to preserve this piece of land, this piece of architecture. Okay, so it's about the discussion of space and memory, and also the democratic use of this space. And later, nowadays it become AIA Vitality Park. You have a large, amusement park there. So many people from people come to Hong Kong and visit this Vitality Park. But before that, we have the Starbury and the Queen's Pier. And later, this group of people, they call them post-80s or local action activist group, and then they also participate in later years, 2009 and 10s, anti-Hong Kong Express Rail Link, Fan Gou Tian. And at the same time also, they not only anti this express rail link, but they want to preserve a village we call Choi Yun Shun, this village. And the protests actually happened at the same time. And so we can see that, some kind of anti-globalization or anti-nationalization or anti-capitalist use of resources or land, and in parallel to, farming, agricultural practices, and you can see the connection here. And I think the next protest or movement is one can see a more clearer picture in the next. First of all, let me mention nowadays it looks like this in the current station of Express Railway Link. And the next one is Occupy Central, not the one promoted by Professor Tai. It is earlier, not the Occupy Central with Love and Peace, but Occupy Central in the 2011 and 12 is echo to the Occupy Wall Street and anti-capitalist movement. And then they occupy the headquarters of HSBC of Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank Corporation in Admiralty. Okay, so this is how it looked at that time, and this is how it looks in recent time, in very recent new renovation of the headquarters in Central. So why I want to list this out, why I want to mention all these, social movement, because I can
discovered in this social movement that we have what I call the three ecologies. I can see in this documentary. I have in the abstract mentioned that the ecology of first the urban space, okay, in the first wave of preservation those public space, the new idea of public space, and then later develop into the ecology of agricultural land, and then some activists go to the rural area to practice agriculture, and then finally to come to the ecology of the rural community. Especially I want to focus on two documentary about some local folk song. So how folk song, these human cultural practices can relate to the natural environment, the nature, and the change of climates and something like that. So let's begin with this three ecology. And let's begin with the first one, the ecology of urban space. I don't think I have much time to go into many detail of the analysis of those documentary, but what I want to mention here is how the idea of space, land, and those idea about the rural area change, and how this changing idea can be reflected in those documentary. Okay, before the 2006, before those preservation movement in 2006 about Lei Dong Street and about Star Ferries and Queen's Ferries movement, before that, Hong Kong people just regard a piece of land as some standing reserve. Just like Winnie just mentioned in China, that we got water as some standing reserve. A resource system can build value, economic value, of course, and then we always bounded by this ideology. We learned that from very early time in our primary school that Hong Kong is have very limited land resources, and we have too many people, so that we need to make use of the lands to build houses, to build other architecture, to make use of the lands, and then we can save healthy, wealthy in this piece of land. But this ideology actually works for years, but in around 2005 and 2006, people try to question this ideology and try to reconnect to the space around them. So we have these two social movement, which actually illustrate how younger generation to rethink the relationship between themselves and the urban space, and especially the second one, the preservation movement. They occupy the Star Ferry, and then what they advocate in this movement is that two. And I think I can summarize as two main concern or main demands in this movement. Is that the first one is the democratic urban planning. So not only those capitalists or those land proprietors or government to decide whether what kind of architecture should be built or planned there, but need to open up the discussion to the public, and public can have their opinion, and then we can draw the conclusion together. So they demand, the first demand of this movement is democratic urban planning, but and the second they claim to make the space public again, and besides this democratic urban planning, they also in a lot of the interview they also expressed that they want to reconstruct the local identity through the history of space. They don't see this space. Okay, some people say that this piece of space is especially Queen's Piers is a place where the Queen, when she come to Hong Kong, she will get aboard in this pier. Also, it is a symbol of colonialism, but they don't take this space with this discourse. They want to reconstruct a new no continuity. They want to retell the story that, okay, in this space actually have other things happen. For example, the hunger strike, for example, other kind of protests. So that we construct the local history and then we construct the local identity. So what documentary we have for this, I'm going to skip this. For these two movements is first Lam Sam, the year after, immediately after the movement in 2008, Lam Sam had a documentary, Queen's Pier. He recorded a lot of daily leisure activities, daily practice. For example, fishing. During the protest, people reading newspaper there, fishing, and then some Philippine helpers go there for Sunday leisure time, and something like that. Okay, so he tried to reconfigure this space into a space for daily activities. Okay, and then another documentary I have here is this one, Lo Zhen Yip, Days After Coming. This one is not about the preservation for Star Ferry, but about the Occupy Central. Actually, why I mentioned this documentary, because it extends the discussion of using space or using or make the space public again. This line of discussion extend it from previous social movement to the Occupy Central. And in the later part of this documentary, he spent a lot of time to document how the young people there. I only have 5 minutes left, but I still have 2 other points to go. But anyway. In this documentary, we can see how they reorganize the space and how they rethink their relationship to Hong Kong, and especially not only to the public space, but their relationship to their work, how they live, okay, how they earn, and how they exchange, and then they have kind of alternative, practices in here, but. In this documentary, we can see the limit of this kind of make the space public again is that they cannot reproduce. So they need to how can they earn money or earn their living only by occupation? They cannot do this. So I think the post-80s generation begins to reflect on this matter. So later, some of them go back to the rural area and do farming, so they can reproduce their living from the land. So the second ecology in recent Hong Kong documentary, I would say, is a documentary of agricultural land. Because I don't have much time. I want to highlight the point of, so if the previous wave is to make the space public again, this wave is to make the land productive or reproductive again. The land is no longer standing reserve for property building, but we know the value of the land. We can make use of the land. We can dwell in the land, and then on the one hand, when we dwell in the land, the people can reflect on their own life and their relationship with the capitalism, with the neoliberalism. And on the other hand, the land can be a network, of production, consumption, and distribution. The documentary I want to mention here, 2 documentaries about the agriculture is, I think Winnie has written a very good article on these 2 documentaries. One is Chen Holun, the Way of Paddy, and the other one is Chen Holun again, and 收割開路, open road after harvest. He spent years of time, 3 to 4 years to make these two documentary to see how these activists turned into farmers and how they dwell in the land and how they see the productive power and value in the land and how they, again produce the food in the lands and then we turn this into the network of production, consumption, and distribution. The last ecology I want to mention here is the ecology of rural community. I think it's also a consequence of the first wave of preservation movement when they have a new idea of space or new idea or new relation. They build up a new relationship between themselves and the city, and then they later found that we have some literature, history, and cultural practices in the rural area. So let's go back to the rural area to document this kind of cultural practice. What are those cultural practices? One is the 圍頭話 folk song in Lantau village, and another documentary is about the folk song from the fishermen and 水上人 the folk song. So I want to mention 馬之行 the ballet on the shore 岸上漁歌, and then 陳浩倫 again, 陳浩倫 and Coyi lies rhymes of 水口婆婆的山歌. I don't have time to play the YouTube. This YouTube has the link here show how the song look like, but I don't have time to play it. But what I want to mention is that why they have this kind of drive to do these two documentary is that they can see I can sense the very deep fear of extinction and the deep anxiety of disappearance of Hong Kong local identity and Hong Kong culture. But and then they want to document these two kind of song that they want to preserve, but this time not the space, not the land, but some cultural practice. But why I include these two documentary here and relate it to the discussion of ecology, because these two type of song highly related to the lyrics of the song is about environment, it's about the change of climate, and it's about how birds fight from July to December, something like that. So here we can see the interconnectedness between human being and nature and cultural practice, and also the wave of Hong Kong local social movement from the 2006 to the 2010s, something like that. Okay, so I have to conclude my presentation. So we have these three. I propose three ecology in recent Hong Kong independent documentary. We have the ecology of urban space. We want to redefine the space. We want to make the space public again. And then we have the ecology of land. Okay, we habitating the land again to make the land productive or reproductive again. And lastly, we have the ecology of rural community. So we can see in the lyrics the connection between or interconnectedness between the nature and culture and human activities. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks for the three very interesting presentation for this panel. I guess, well, the issues and subjects, well, that have been covered in the three presentation are very wide-ranging. Well, from image to literary text, well, from China, diaspora to Hong Kong, from fiction film or fictional text, well, to documentaries, and from also were oscillating between different spaces like urban as well as rural land and rivers. So, so boy, how should we begin? I guess maybe I start with some kind of maybe it's not exactly a question, but I kind of have an observation that all of your presentations were somehow some in a more apparent, visible way. The other is kind of relatively kind of not so apparent about the role played by the state, right? The state government, and almost all the issues covered or discussed in your presentations is all about the responses to the state policy, to certain kind of the kind of even though some of you have not even mentioned the state, but somehow the state presence is almost ubiquitous, almost everywhere, right? I guess only Ma Jian's novel through Howard's discussions is kind of a direct confrontation with the state, whereas Eno and Winnie somehow you guys are less explicit about the role played by the state, but somehow the issues you are talking about also have a lot to do with the state. So given with this kind of context or situations, I just have a very general question for all of you. In what way, I guess, because the three of you have somehow also discussed, art, film, documentary, literary text. So what role can art or film or literature can still play in response to the initiatives taken by the state? Is it always a kind of reactionary kind of thing? So when something happens, so art form, cultural production response, so in a way we are always reduced to a passive position, right? A relatively passive position. So I don't know whether you have something more to say about this one. We can do it one by one, or maybe Winnie first.
Okay, I will go first. So thank you, Professor Lo, for the questions. I think this is the question that I ask myself as well, because most of us, are interested in creative arts, and then always think of, how creative arts can help us to better understand the world, but as well as change and shape, the world that we are inhabiting. I think it is inevitable that creative art, has this kind of passive, reaction because something happened. Then, as a response, to that, you would like to do something. Creative arts becomes a very good channel, for most of the people to express, themselves. But in the same time, I would like to argue is because of my interest in eco-criticism. I also think that, the interest in ecology, in environment, in nature, and also to learn to become them, because I'm working on projects like becoming plants, and becoming animals, by Deleuze, via Deleuze, theories. I think we are also becoming more heterogeneous and multiple in ways to respond to the world, and then by becoming more flexible, with what we're interested in and thinking beyond, ourselves. So we always talk about, human and non-human relationship. So I think, that is what eco-criticism has guided me, and also I think guided, a lot, of creative arts. I think in connection, to Enoch's examples, that is one thing that actually I want to ask you, but I think I would just, jump in and say. The last two examples that Enoch mentioned is about rural communities that he talks about. But I think it is also because of this general interest in ecology that allows, these filmmakers to broaden their scope, so that to understand or to better connect, with animals, with nature, with flowers, with plants. So I think in a way they're not just being responsive. I think they're also increasingly opening themselves up and using different methods, to react to and create, the world that they're living in. So that would be the way that I'm thinking about creative arts. And I also argue, filmmakers like Jia Jiangke, I think he definitely creates a lot more than just being response to the kind of very sad, displacement of the people. He actually creates that kind of connections that allows, other kind of possibilities to happen later. So that is just my quick response. Yeah. Howard.
Howard, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I just unmuted. Thank you. So I'd like to share this slide. We can see I missed. Well, first, it's a direct criticism. First, I would say we are talking about impact and response. That impact response model. In this case, Ma Jian relates the one-child policy for the proliferation of the bureaucracy. That means the government's the growth and the the rise growth of the government depends on this huge scale of one-child policy, to the extent that Ma Jian criticized that through the male protagonist, here I quote, not even the most evil emperor in China history would have contemplated developing the economy by massacring unborn children. And from here all the way goes to my second last slide, that this book I recommend reading it. It also includes not only the Western world, but China, talking about 国家恐怖主義. We often thought about 恐怖主義as, mistakenly only Islamic, which is totally wrong. And in fact, we find a larger scale of 国家恐怖主義 among non-Islamic. So this is the impact response theory. But what I want to say more is resistance. I think at least on the level of recording, memorizing, this novel serve as like from Foucault to Derrida, we're talking about memory as resistance. And suggest if we could not continue our resistance on the street, at least we can continue our resistance through literature. But then that is not the only point. The other point, which is more important, I want to make and suggest, and actually ask a question to Enoch too, is by talking about ecology, we are not talking about only the past and the present. We look into the future, and that's why we need to study ecology. So with all these documentaries, Enoch just nicely presented. When from the middle of your presentation, I immediately think about Lantau Tomorrow, the so-called Lantau Tomorrow vision, 明日大嶼. And that takes us, I wonder, instead of just, or in addition of just recording, does this film also point to a direction for us to think about the future of the Lantau Island, which is also about the future of Hong Kong, the future of human communal and the natural world's relationship. Yeah. So I think it's more than just impact and response. It's more than just recording. It's at least a gesture of resistance, and more. Could it be a look into the future when we imagine the grand vision of the so-called Lantau Tomorrow? Yeah. So by looking at by sharing these streams, I actually think about tomorrow rather than what has happened and especially when talk about the dialect on the Lantau Island, the Wai Chunhua, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is my response. Yeah. And I would like to ask Enoch. Yeah.
Okay. Many questions for you, Enoch.
Well, I agree with Winnie. Actually, I basically think that arts and creative practices we need to admit that it's not resistive, but at least responsive. So you cannot have some art practice from. I don't believe that. At least I don't believe that we can create something out of nothing. So most of the time we see, the nation, the mobilization of the nation, and then so we respond to these powers, so that we create something. In my example, Howard and Winnie also mentioned the third ecology which I have is also you got the ballet and on the shore, and the rhymes of the 水口. These two examples is, I can say, less, resistive. Kind of, actually, in a general term, in a general sense, you can still regard these two as, responsive or resisting the power, but they open up another possibility that which is very different from the previous generation, that I do farming, I'll go to the rural area to resist the urbanization, or I occupy central, or to resist the the capitalism or the nationalization. They actively go to the rural community to record what they have and what the previous generation passed to them. And I will see this, although in the most general term, you can still see it as an resisting action. But I can see in these two examples the possibility of open up some active participation, not entirely related to the state power Professor Low just mentioned. Another response is to Howard. You think that the documentaries are always about the past, and you want to see the future in those documentaries, but in nature, documentary is really about past. We cannot, we admit that documentary is always about what happened, and then we learn from what happened. Then we, as an audience, to think of how we react to what had happened, and then we find out our future. So screening and post-screening discussion is very important, actually, in the independent documentary community. They always not only just come to the theater and then finish and then you go, but they highly hope that people can stay behind and discuss, because they want to show you the past and then we discuss the future. So the future is not in the documentary, but in the discussion, in the post-screening discussion. So maybe next time I'm on present, I should include also how they, not only produce the documentary, but how they screen, how they, have a local tour, local screening tour in different parts of the city. I think I should include this in my discussion next time.
Thanks a lot. Well, thanks for all the three speakers for their wonderful presentations and their inspiring discussions. I guess somehow, even though we kind of examined the past and all that, but hopefully our discussions could inspire the future, right? So thanks all of you for joining us for this wonderful panel. The coming up would be a kind of discussions by the artist Sunny Wong. Okay. Well,
thank you, Casey.
So
thank
please
you.
Stay tuned. Okay.
Sunny, I have your material ready. If you go smoothly, it's fine. Otherwise, I'm ready to be your assistant.
Thank you. So I will try to do the video first. So I have two parts for my work. One is the video about my work, about 5 minutes, which replace the actually exhibition we were going to have, but we sort of hope in the future we have it. So now let me just share the screen and. Is share, yeah.
Yes, yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
行走时候，往往给我很宁静的对自我对话的一个。玻璃艺术创作以教学是我生活的大部分。闲暇的时候，我会去航山。那这个是我一个长时间对大自然的喜好。大自然给我很大的灵感。在航山的时候，在大自然里面行走的时候，往往给我很宁静的对自我对话的一个空间。Breath， 呼吸是我在澳门民政中署画廊的个展创作的一个新的作品。树木是呼吸，吹玻璃也是呼吸，我们人活着也是呼吸。我希望透过玻璃圆球，然后和树木的木块来表现一种呼吸的纯然的一个感觉。 第二组作品是2016年2月份与马尔代夫当地的吹玻璃工作团队所制作的一组作品。那这组作品的话，是我博士时候的作品的一个延伸。那这组作品，我希望未来我可以做到第10组。那现在就是第2组。那这是特地从马尔代夫运送回来参加 YSS 这次的个展。第3组作品是60个绣圈，我特地为香港这次个展为时1年的创作。基本上我绣的时候是在地铁上，在坐公车的时候，或是坐飞机，是在我在时间的空隙里面绣的。那当大家在地铁上滑手机，我就一针一线的绣着缝着。比较有趣的是说，当我在地铁里面在绣圈的时候，往往引起别人好奇的眼光，然后他们也会跟我交谈。那我觉得这个部分的话，就跟大众有一些连结。那我跟他们的一些小小的时光有一些交汇，我自己也蛮喜欢这个部分的。第4组作品是制服，那这组作品是我在念博士的时候手创作的一组作品。那这组作品目前已经在澳洲、台湾、香港还有澳门展出过，每一次展出的效果都不一样。那也就是我当初创作这件作品所设定的，希望它每一次都不一样。那因为我们每一个人所经历的东西也时时刻刻在变，那我是希望说，我们人的心情，我们是在刮风下雨或是风平浪静的时候，我们的情绪都可以有一个平静的点，都可以安住在当下，自在的活着。第5组作品，我称它为实验的时光，是利用我2004年前后所做的细胞系列文字系列作品，把过去的示意的片段，然后还有现在在实验的片段做一点连接。那我是觉得说，我们生命不是每个时间都是很完整的呈现，它是一些片段的结合。我想给自己一点实验的空间，所以这件作品的话，是基于过去、现在与未来是在完整不完整之间。那所以它对我来讲是一件实验性的作品。
Okay, so I will share another screen. So do you see my current screen with a PowerPoint?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I will show the slideshow. Okay. So when Harvard invited me to this talk, I was very nervous because I was very excited because it's about water, air, water, and then cloud, and water, cloud, and wind. I said, oh yeah, it's really like a glass and very poetic. But when I look into the content, I was very kind of uncertain because my work is never political. And but I'm looking for the embodiment of the glass material and then Buddhist practice and my personal life experience. So as grass growing, the one thing is really related to air. So you have to blow it through and then to inflate it, and then with the heat and with the teamwork. And this photo is I made in Maldives in 2016, and I was doing an artist residency there. And then this work is I done. Okay, let me go back. This is done with a similar technique layer, and this is a work. So I use the Chinese character Lu. Suchness is a Buddhist concept about every moment you like truly to be in this moment, and then I use the Chinese calligraphy. Gesture. Every time when you write on hard grass, you could not be repeat. And then the moment you are in the moment, the perfect or imperfect needs to be perfect with your partner, not only with you. The difference between Chinese calligraphy and glass making is Chinese calligraphy is more about personal practice, and glass blowing is more about a teamwork. So the cooperation between me and my assistant is very important, and then also my own energy. So this part is quite relating to the Chinese calligraphy part. And then the flow is a little bit like a liquid water or ink when you work with hard glass. And then this one is after blowing, and there's another technique where actually there's slump, and then to let air to go out, other than to suck in, other than so to create sort of a little bit when you breathe, then you come down, like this kind of moment. And this one is totally squeeze out original the air in the middle of glass, other than no, originally was a bubble, but become no bubble. So it's kind of long slump, other than totally flat. Maybe relax, okay, and then in the this become a wall panel. So I also investigate the possibility not only three-dimensional object display on the pedestal, also on the wall. Other than this one, actually I work on the surface, and then is working with the stone and the diamond cutting wheel, and then to do the texture. So this part actually is working from the air blow, and then after blow, and then I cut with water, and then hand polish. And then this one actually is from original was going to imitate the stone and then the clouds. So it's when I moving from Australia to Hong Kong, I originally from Taiwan, then to Australia, and then from Australia to Hong Kong. The skyline is totally different. Other than the air is very different, the water is also very different. And always, when I just moved to Hong Kong from Australia, I always miss the sky in Australia. But now the Hong Kong sky is much better recently. And this one is original idea is from the our share. Other than this part is the fluid in our body. Other than use the method of glass cutting and then blowing, other than to simulate the feeling of the share inside our body, and then each share is different to the body. Other than this one later on, I have stopped making those work, and later on I reinvestigated, other than play with more lighting. In 2017, when I had an exhibition in One Day Space, which you can see, and this is some close up. Yeah. Okay, so there's one thing I feel about glass. My glass is my work is very different from the regular items you can see from IKEA or from the shop. When I get me interested into grass is my professor Stephen Proctor. He showed me how to cut grass and then to add the warmth dimension, the surface dimension onto grass. That was the point I start to get in love with glass making, because the shining surface was never my intention with glass. And when I added the surface treatment, then I feel there's touch, there's a conversation between me and the glass, and then also the surface, the temperature of glass actually changed. And this one actually is a work done by my professor who passed away in 2001, and then he didn't finish his work, but I finished this work. And then this is through like Qing Dynasty, Biyanhu, snap battle, the way the cutting, but more poetic way approach instead of to imitate the mountain or water. And talking about nature, force or wind, once I was in 2006, I visited Turkey, Cappadocia. I was teaching a glass casting workshop there. After late, I went to travel by myself. And then I was wondering where is my next direction. I wondering about my artistic life. And then the moment there's another argument or question in myself about what is my identity. A Taiwanese went to Australia to do a PhD, and what the culture difference. And then I'm keep thinking about self. So in a Western way, the self is more into is I, and but in Chinese self is 自. So actually, this work is developed, inspired by this kind of balance, but almost could be imbalanced in the future. So and then I utilize Chinese character self, 自己的自, and then use the bubble, which is the kept air inside. So the kept air is the space, the symmetry, present the space between strokes. So use this as an example to talk about the self, but the transparent self. In Chinese, we are always talking about how can we transparent ourselves as a crystal from inside out. This is another one. And this is another one. So sometimes ourselves have three bubbles, which is a radial one, and then sometimes it's almost. So there's a two bubble here. So Chinese character self, 自己的自, actually they have two, so it should be three spaces. But sometimes when we lose ourselves, then maybe a little bit this almost self there. Okay, so this one. And then this one is spatial colored one. Okay, so when I moved to Hong Kong to teach, and the scene in Hong Kong I feel really inspiring is it's very easy access to the nature, to the mountain. You know, when I first arrived in Hong Kong, I was very worried because I said I might lose the way to nature, because I always need to be in nature in the weekend. So when I moved to Hong Kong, actually I discovered there's a hiking trail is everywhere, and then very easy to access. And this is one of the morning I went hiking with my friends. And then the water dew, which inspired me to do this installation. So for meditation, they come and they go, and then the water dew come and go in the morning, and then disappear. The next morning come again. So so this is also from a poem, a Chinese poem from Sanji Qinggong. So it's the moment, the deal is like this moment. Just focus on this moment, be present in this moment. This was the feeling behind this work. And then later on, I was thinking about how can we be ease? How can I achieve so-called happiness in myself? And then when I thinking about it, I start to produce Louis de Lu and press on the floor, try to relating to try to use this kind of making method to discover what is behind self. Then this is a close-up. Then after that, then I think put on the floor is really not the ideal way. So I want to it's above the floor other than to find the shadow. So it takes couple years to find out the way I want to do it. And then I had a critique with my colleague, Momo, and then she said, the glass panel is not really a good idea, other than I feel so too. So reminded me Liu Zuhuineng, the Buddhist master Liu Zuhuineng, his poem, 菩提本无树，明镜亦非台，本来无一物，何处惹尘埃? So after this, I discovered, I tried another way to suspend the glass writing into the air. So this is a third attempt. Then I figured out actually it's better to do like this way. Actually, it creates a really nice, like a musical scene. And then when you walk past, the glass can touch each other, and then the lighting is quite different. And then it can according to the space, and then adjust to any space. Originally, I was thinking to display this at the AC hall, but I went to check at the AC hall. It's not possible to hang this piece. But the work actually is behind my, in my studio. I have the work actually there and in a smaller scale. So this is some close-up. So this part is like a writing calligraphy with hard glass. So every time is different. Every occasion is different. Even I hand it, every time is different. So it's like our moment. Every moment is different. We could not repeat our moment. But the essential part is similar. Okay, so this is a different view. This is actually the exhibition in Macau. When I had a solo exhibition there, the close-up. So I keep thinking about what is the essence of human beings' life, and then I come up with the read the Buddhist poem like 十牛图. So I come up with this idea to use glass to capture the feeling of the journey of our transformation in our life. So this is a 十牛图, number 8. So I actually use the 平声仄声 other than to do a big circle, which you can see a line, and then smaller circle, and then use the big stone, smaller stone to demonstrate the feeling of the abstract feeling of this kind of transformation. And then this is me and with the glass. And then this is how I figure out in Hong Kong, because the thinking is very poetic, but the making of process of glass is very poetical. So I have to work out how poetical I can do is when I go hiking, actually during the lunchtime, I actually am moving the stones. So a lot of people look at me like crazy, why are you moving a stone? Because I was trying to work out what size of the stone I need to make, and then what kind of scale of the exhibition I need to have. So this was during my hiking in Hong Kong, one of the beach, the rehearsal of my stone installation. So this is a close-up of the stone. And then I think since very linked together from one to the other, so the circle is this is the idea is from the Zen circle. So it's one breath. One circle is one breath, cannot be changed. So during my PhD journey, and also write a lot of poems just to be free from professional English writing. So writing the poems can free me in a more poetic way. And then this is one of the circle. I also do a lot of Chinese ink drawing, and then I also write. So this is one of the poems I write during the period. So the raindrop on the balcony, and then create ripples in company with the wind, and it's like a symphony. And the tree dance crazy, but keep rooted in the blowing wind, and the rain flying different direction, wind, rain, wave. And then this was during the typhoon period. And yeah. And then I create this work, and this work is actually difficult to transport. It can only be viewed in the location, and then I cannot transport to another city. I can only make in the venue, nearby the venue, and carry to the exhibition space. And then this is a big circle of glass circle, and it is similar to translate the feeling of ripples into installation. So this is, I come back to Hong Kong, I try, so this is a cement surface, other than this is a wooden surface. It actually is in AVA high-tech campus, the gallery space. And then this is how people work it in between it. So actually, this is actually from a Zen practice, is that you watch every footstep, you step. So if you don't watch closely, carefully, you will break actually the glass circle. And then I let people to walk in, only a few people at a time, and then they walk in their own pace. So this is actually from the poem, from a Buddhist poem, 受如水上泡, this sentence. Yeah. So this is a big circle, so you can see the relationship from my calligraphy practice, calligraphy drawing actually influence into my glass making. And then from the glass making, actually being a glass artist, I'm always have to go with the studio facilities. Then sometimes I really admire the writers. They can go out with their pen and a notebook. So I would like to, at some stage, I would like free from the facility. And then, so I actually have I want to make art at home. So actually I make two big circles, 1 meter and a half by 1 meter and a half, two big circles for my Macau exhibition. So with glass, with calligraphy, big calligraphy ink circle is one brace. And then with the glass circle to hard glass is one brace. But with this one, it's taking about 4 months. So each brace. So actually create similar feeling, but the density is different. So it's layers of moment. It's 4 months in my little apartment in Hong Kong. Then cover the TV, no TV for 4 months to produce two circles. And then being a glass artist, the other reason is I always be in the studio. You know, I don't have much interaction with the audience unless they come to the studio to see me making. So then as the video showed, I want to have an interaction with the audience. So I started a project, 1 year project. When I was invited to do an exhibition in 1A space, I want to have more interaction with the people in Hong Kong. So I started a project to show around 60 circles in NTR, while I'm traveling from Hotan to Kowloon Town, or wherever I'm in Hong Kong or in Plan. traveling, the little sign added. And then, behind, I write down the time, the period time, and then what happened during the time. So it's like a little bit diary circle, and then only me know it. So each label here, write down the time and then the key happening here. And then with the translucent paper underneath the canvas. So this is a 60 circle here at the 1 space when I had exhibition there. And then this is the brace, which I originally want to display outside the terrace of AC Hall. This is when they were in Macau. And this is a spatial platform. Other than this was in 1 space. So when they are in different menu, they actually change. So I like installation. One reason is because they can change according to the menu location. They can adapt. It's like human being. We move to different occasion. We actually adapt. So being a professional glass artist for many years, and I can do complicated things. But when I come back to this work, the bubble is very simple. So I was thinking about, glass was always, they want to, the artists always make them into their ideas. So for this wood, and wood is also make into furniture, into chair. They lost their own personality. So for this work, I want the material return to their original personality. They are themselves, other than, but actually they also talking for me, but they keep their personality, their material character in their self. So I only review their inner space, and then as I'm not a wood maker, actually I'm using glass carving technique to do the carving on wood. So I did a 1 year investigation to do how to shape those wood into the shape I want, like a share. Okay, so this is my presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yao Weiping, here at Baptist University, Associate Professor at the Translation Department. And here today we've got, let me just introduce the last two speakers of this symposium. First of all, Dr. Catherine Hardy, Research Assistant Professor here at the Baptist University. Her research interests include Tibetan Buddhism in contemporary China, Sino-Tibetan cultural interactions, anthropology of Buddhism, contemporary Tibetan society, and contemporary Chinese society. Today she's going to talk about returning fish to water, reckoning with the ecosystem in the discourse and practice of Buddhist life liberation among Sino-Tibetan networks in mainland China. So without further ado, I give you Dr. Catherine Hardy.
Thank you very much, Weiping. So I am going to share my screen. Yes, so as Weiping just introduced, what I'm talking about today is life liberation practice in Sino-Tibetan Buddhist networks in China. And by that, I primarily mean networks of Han Chinese Buddhists who are centered on Tibetan lamas. So I just suppose I'd like to start off by observing that in our world today, in the eyes of many, that Buddhism is a spiritual tradition that is often seen as deeply compatible and concordant with the dominant secular ecological critique of the late Anthropocene. So irrespective of whether the historical Buddha in his teachings can be described as having spelled out a clear environmental ethic, There's no doubt that concepts like the interdependence of all phenomena, the equality of all sentient life, and the Buddha's exhortation to exercise compassion to all non-human animals have inspired and galvanized ecological sensibilities among many Buddhists and non-Buddhists alike. But there are also moments and points of incommensurability and dissonance. And today I'm going to focus on life liberation, which has given rise, which obviously a much beloved Buddhist ritual practice, which has in recent decades given rise to considerable friction with secular environmental discourse, particularly, to use the terminology of today's symposium, in China-related spaces. So, life liberation, or fangsheng as it is known in Chinese, arguably needs no introduction here in Hong Kong, where most people would probably at least have some kind of cursory knowledge of the practice. It involves ritually blessing and compassionately releasing captive animals into natural habitats. And normatively speaking, it serves three purposes. Firstly, to rescue and prolong the life of the imperiled animal. Secondly, to sow the seeds of liberation in its mind stream. And thirdly, as a natural consequence of the former, to generate merit for the practitioner and anyone to whom she might wish to dedicate it. And the merit that, or the kind of merit, the caliber of merit that is generated through releasing lives is generally regarded as powerful and efficacious, especially for curing illness, extending life, and purifying karmic defilements. So here are just a few snapshots. I'm sure that you might have taken part in similar activities yourself. Turtles marked with a life liberation paint on its back and released. Lay Buddhists on a boat under Tibetan prayer flags. This is actually it's a Sino-Tibetan nunnery in Chengdu, and this is a network of followers centered on a very well-known Tibetan Lama who are first blessing the crates of fish out the front before transporting them to a nearby lake district and releasing them. So life liberation obviously has ancient roots in the Chinese world, and while the revolutionary decades under Mao saw the disappearance of life liberation rituals dedicated to the practice on the mainland, the tradition continued in the greater Chinese world, including in Taiwan, here in Hong Kong, and also in Malaysia and Singapore. With the revival of Buddhism in mainland China really beginning in earnest in the 1990s, however, life liberation re-emerged. It re-emerged as a vibrant arena of moral practice and lay sociality, with activities dedicated to the release of life, various kinds, fish, I'll be focusing on today, aquatic life forms, birds and other animals, becoming immensely popular among Buddhist networks and circles, and especially among Buddhist networks and circles, Sinophone Buddhist networks and circles centered on Tibetan lamas. So when I undertook my doctoral field research into Han Chinese involvement in Tibetan Buddhism between 2012 and 2014, life liberation activities in a variety of scopes and sizes were a fixture of collective practice. Wherever I traveled, whether it was to Chengdu or to Beijing or Shanghai or Xiamen, I encountered everywhere dynamic life liberation networks that were affiliated with particular Tibetan lamas. Some organized hyperbolic mass events involving thousands of human participants, releasing millions of animal lives over weeks and months, whereas others were more modest in scope. On the one hand, it was a period in which life liberation events seemed to enjoy unprecedented popular salience. But on the other hand, as I very soon discovered, it was also a time in which the integrity of life liberation was being challenged like never before. So the integrity of life liberation as a virtuous and non-harming practice. Mainstream media and online forums were awash with critical voices contending that modern-day life liberation had been variously shown to detrimentally impact local ecosystems, fuel the very animal breeding industries that endanger animals in the first place, disregard animal welfare, and create human disturbance. Due to these criticisms, serious Buddhist and life liberation groups were struggling to defend the legitimacy of the activity while acknowledging and also attempting to rectify its shortcomings. So what I'd like to zero in on in my paper today are the ecological criticisms leveled at life liberation in mainland China and the responses to these criticisms in life liberation networks centered on Tibetan lamas. I want to explicitly situate the practice of life liberation within what is described in this symposium's provocation as an era of accelerating ecological catastrophe, and to ask how Sino-Tibetan Buddhist life liberation networks have reckoned with the rise of the ecosystem as a quasi-living entity with its own ethical status and competing claim to protection. I'd like to argue that life liberators' ambivalence towards, or perhaps better put, muted attention to the ecological implications of life liberation activities tells us much about the meaning and value of liberating lives and participating in Tibetan Buddhism for middle-class urban subjects in China's late Anthropocene. So just to clarify, when I refer to the ecological criticisms or the ecologically based criticisms of life liberation, what I mean in essence is the charge that inappropriately releasing large numbers of animal species into a given habitat carries the potential to detrimentally impact its microecology. And this is particularly so in the case of aquatic habitats such as ponds, lakes, rivers, and oceans. Whereas Buddhist life liberation has traditionally entailed only two morally significant entities, namely humans and the captive animals they release, secular ecological discourse has introduced a third morally significant bio-entity with its own urgent claim to protection, that is, the environment or the ecosystem at large. Thus, whereas life liberation traditionally views water as a morally neutral, life-giving receptacle into which fish are released, secular environmental discourse elevates it to the status of a life and organism-supporting entity in its own right that is capable of being harmed by the release of foreign organisms and animals into its depths. So the potentially negative impacts of life liberation activity on microecologies is such that many governments around the world, in places where life liberation has gained popularity, more or less since about the 1990s, have adopted strict regulatory regimes to limit life liberation and to ensure that where it is or when it is performed, it's done so in a way that reduces the possibility of negative environmental repercussions. So we can say that in places such as this, that to a large extent, the state regulation resolves a sort of moral conundrum for contemporary Buddhists. That is, whether or not to whether the prioritizing of saving lives of imperiled animals should take place potentially at the expense of the biohabitats into which they're released. Now, mainland China's relatively lax environmental regulation of life liberation over the last 2 decades has meant that life liberation has been relatively has proceeded in a way with very few externally imposed restrictions insofar as the environmental aspects of the process are concerned. And this was very interesting. I was interested during my field research when overseas Chinese who had migrated to countries with quite strict regulatory regimes like Australia and Canada would describe, mainland China as a wonderful place for releasing lives. If nothing else, it was a wonderful place for releasing lives. But what this has meant is, and I think it's kind of an interesting thing, is that in the space that has existed, given the fact that regulations have not been, for much of the last 2 decades, tightly enforced, that this won't say policing, but attending to the need to release animals on the one hand and take care of the environment on the other, and somehow balancing or assessing or evaluating their competing moral claims is something that has had to take place at the grassroots level of Buddhist life liberation networks and Buddhist leaders. So I guess I would say then in the mainland context that this moral dilemma is something that people have had to weigh for themselves and decide how to proceed. Or at least they have had to do this in theory, because throughout my fieldwork, in fact, in my interactions with fellow Buddhists, and also in my readings of progressive guidance on life liberation for Chinese audiences that were written by contemporary Tibetan Buddhist lamas, interestingly, ecological implications of life liberation were far from the dominant concern. Now, this is not to say that life liberators were impervious to these critiques, but that the issues that they identified as most needy of intervention and improvement seldom related to the impact of their activities on the habitats into which they released the liberated animals. Of far greater concern, for example, was the criticism that many life liberators inadvertently harmed animals in the process of liberating them and did not seem to care about their ongoing welfare or survival beyond the immediate ritual. So accordingly, many life liberators I knew were careful to research in advance which species of fish to purchase, and mindful not to release species into inhospitable environments where they wouldn't be able to survive in the long term. So the classic example is releasing freshwater fish in saltwater environments and vice versa. There were also life liberation groups I knew that had organized 24-hour volunteer teams to patrol the lakes where they released their fish to ensure that they weren't immediately caught again by opportunistic fishermen waiting on the sidelines. And then members of another group I knew even went so far as to obtain scuba diving licenses in Thailand in order to be able to dive beneath the lake's surface and check for concealed fishing nets. So I think these measures all evidenced what might be described as a newly pronounced consequentialist ethic among life liberators. So while altruistic motivations remained important, it was increasingly felt that progressive life liberation needed to do more than simply free the animals in the wild and abandon them to fate. Paying attention to the consequences in the medium and long term was something that was considered to be more increasingly important. But by comparison to the attention and reform-mindedness that was being dedicated to animal welfare, protecting the ecological integrity of the habitats into which the animals were released was a subject of far less interventionist or activist zeal. Some life liberation participants told me that, for example, I suppose this is my sort of argument, that there was considerable, if not moral ambivalence, then at least moral reticence, perhaps even diffidence in relation to the status of the ecological habitats. So some participants told me that China's waterways were already polluted anyway and far too removed from any kind of pristine condition for life liberation to worsen things much more. Others sincerely insisted that adding fish to bodies of water that were depleted by overfishing was an a priori environmentally friendly practice. And while others conceded that life liberation may have some negative ecological impacts, they sought to deflect criticism by focusing on the greater environmental harm of large-scale industrial actors and processes. So, for example, in his 2013 Chinese language essay on life liberation, the Tibetan Buddhist Lama Khenpo Sherab Zangpo argues, some people say that life liberation will destroy the ecological balance. I don't know why these people can't see the way that the excessive expansion of modern farming, animal husbandry, and slaughter-related industries are causing unprecedented water pollution, soil desertification, species extinction, breakage in the natural food chain, and the prevalent abuse of antibiotics and new diseases in humans and animals. Even if, due to occasional oversights, we have an impact on certain bodies of water, the effects are extremely limited. It seems that people should be more concerned about the serious and irreversible damage to water resources caused by industrial emissions, urban sewage, and excessive aquaculture. One of the more candid participants I spoke to about this issue, thanks, was Gu Wei, a videographer, and he acknowledged that in China, at least, life liberation isn't the same as environmentalism. Most people still aren't paying attention to these questions. It's not that people in principle wouldn't support these ideas, but that the focus of life liberation is on those animals whose lives are in imminent danger. And of course, with the emphasis on fish, it wasn't just a matter of extending their physical life, but also importantly about ensuring they were correctly blessed and therefore put in contact with the only source of ultimate liberation from the endless round of birth and death, and that was the Buddha Dharma. But rather than basically explain the lack of emphasis on the ecological habitat as due to an incommensurability between what is essentially a spiritual practice and a secular ecological critique. What I would like to do is to retether this life liberation practice back in the late Anthropocene, an epoch that is defined by the anthropologist Anna Tsing as one in which multi-species livability has become endangered. And what I'd like to do is return to my earlier claim that life liberators' response to ecological criticisms reveals much about their experience of the late Anthropocene. What I want to suggest is that this period in mainland China has not been experienced by the religionists in question as an ecological crisis primarily, but it has been still experienced as a crisis, and one that also largely stems from the same modern capitalist and industrial processes that have threatened the multi-species livability of the planet. What I'd like to do is argue that life liberators, who are overwhelmingly educated middle-class urbanites, have experienced China's late Anthropocene as a human crisis. Maybe not surprising given the anthrocentricity of this epoch. A human crisis, a crisis of moral meaning and spiritual value. And thus, while it may be the case that billions of overfarmed, overbred, overfished, and endangered non-human animals have needed Buddhist life liberators more than ever before, the reverse can also be said, that Buddhists in contemporary China have needed animals to liberate more than ever before. Life liberation has stood out as an arena in which human actors symbolically reverse the late Anthropocene's mass commodification of sentient life by converting animals from the status of mere assets to sentient beings. This undermines the capitalist and anthropocentric logic of the epoch, while the animals' conversion and indeed their liberation allows their human releases to be transformed from participants in an alienating, exploitative, and consumerist world system to compassionate bodhisattvas, even if it's just for one afternoon. So in this historically inflected moral theatre, the ecological habitats into which the animals are released serves merely as a backdrop to the drama, present and necessary, but essentially symbolically dormant. So I think I will end here this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Catherine, for your presentation. Next, we have the last speaker of the symposium, Professor Kwai-Cheng Lo. All right, let me just very briefly introduce the last speaker, Professor Kwai-Cheng Lo of the Department of Humanities and Creative Writing. His research interests include cultural studies, creative writing, film studies, ethnic studies, diaspora writing in English, East-West comparative studies, literary theory, psychoanalysis, and last but not least, Chinese cinemas, in particular Chinese ethnic minority cinemas. Today, he's going to talk about the ocean imaginary and China's overfishing in the age of water. So we'll start as soon as Professor Low is ready.
Hi, everyone. This is a long day, I guess. Well, so yeah, we're coming to end. Well, don't worry. So I will talk about the ocean imaginary. Can we turn it larger? Kind of thing. I would like to begin with a quote from Michel Shares. Invent liquid history and the ages of water. I will come back to this, I guess. So first, what about ocean imaginary? Imaginary is generally understood as a human projection of how the external world should be related to oneself. Such imagined relation always contains implications of illusion and fantasy, even though it can be essentially a commonly shared understanding of how an ideal world should be and how one should live in it. The common imaginary is constitutive not only of one's identity formation, but also of society configuration, nation construction, as well as a global world perception, producing the powerful effects on the belief in the existence of a collective whole. However, the imaginary of oceans in human history reveals a much stronger sense of duality and alienation. The colonial discourses of maritime extension have long depicted the ocean as blank zone of the planet to navigate, to be mapped and partitioned, signifying narcissistically the masculine heroic voyages and conquests. Recent environmental humanities studies begin to look at the oceans with different conceptualizations. The theoretical exploration of oceanic studies attempt to open up different dimensions of seas by foregrounding the submarine immersion, I guess we earlier mentioned by Winnie, wet ontologies or multi-species non-human others, and indigenous epistemologies. However, the narratives of national interest, state territorialization, and militarization of the contest oceanic arena remain dominant in the popular imaginary. The notions of becoming, dispersion, fluidity, flow, flux, hybridity, interaction, liquidity, motion, mutability, and passage, promoted in the oceanic studies, constitute dynamic and dialectical relations with the national discourses, advocating border making, enclosure, fixity, hierarchy, and possession, and also caught in complex connection to human pollution of seas with heavy metals, nuclear waste, and plastic. When we turn to China, ocean imaginary in more concrete shape is probably a recent phenomenon. River Elegy Hexiang, a widely popular TV documentary series of the 1980s, uses the Yellow River as an analogy to describe how traditional Chinese civilization was dried up because of its isolation and conservatism. And laments China's land-based empire is destined to be defeated by maritime countries backed by modern science. The documentary ambitions that China's rejuvenation must rely on its will to embrace the flowing blue seas in order to emulate the explorative open cultures of the modern West. Over the last 3 decades, China's economic rise has been spectacular, and the nation is committed in rapidly modernizing its naval forces. But the rising tide of Chinese sea power is not equivalent to a culture of openness or the end of a closed political system. Ocean imaginary in the 21st century China does not necessarily mean liberalization. A New Year concert in collaboration with Russian State Symphony Orchestra held in Beijing in 2012 was entitled Our Ocean, 我们的海洋, to trumpet that becoming a great sea power was part of the nation's renaissance. The thought of seas under the authoritative policy is confined to embrace enhancing and safeguarding China's maritime rights, interests, and power. China seems to be determined to model on the United States for militarizing the nearby seas. China's naval shipbuilding program put more vessels to sea between 2014 and 2018 than the total number of ships in the German, Indian, Spanish, and British navies combined. The world's ocean have not been divided by European imperialist expansions in order to assert the geographic mastery of space and routes. The formation of modern nation-state facilitates the territorialism of sovereign states to turn to the seas by militarizing the world's ocean. After World War II, the United States has become a global naval power. In 1953, President Harry Truman led the United States to claim a 200-mile fisheries conservation zone from its coastal area. Such act of new ocean territorialism gave rise to a global scramble for privatizing or nationalizing the world's oceans. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan signed a proclamation confirming U.S. sovereign rights and control over living and non-living resources within 200 nautical miles of the nation's coast in the exclusive economic zone. The United States endorsed such move by radically remapping of the world, by expanding all coastal nations through an exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles. So we can see, look at the map where all those in shape are somehow privatized or nationalized by the coastal states. While the EEC has enabled the United States to double its size, roughly about 55% of the world's ocean have been privatized and enclosed in all coastal nation states. Even though high seas are understood as global commons, the United States have turned them into missile testing zones that effectively restrict free passages. The militarization of the sea also makes it a radioactive waste dumping ground. Hundreds of thousands of barrels of radioactive waste have been discarded in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in the last century. The practice of state surveillance and border-making influence space initiated by the United States after World War II now have been quickly imitated and picked up by China for different political purposes. Great power competition demonstrates the logic of mirror imaging. The rival usually sees the world the same way that the hegemon has, and will try to replicate the similar path to domination. The military built-up on its artificial islands in South China Sea is meant to legitimate the state governance in the image of defending national territorial integrity and sovereignty. The historical materialist method of analyzing international relations offers a dual vision by combining interstate competitions and class antagonism in understanding dominance and exploitation. China's phenomenal economic growth of the last 3 decades has turned the nation into a new dynamic center of capitalist accumulation and a major driving force of global economy, while plunging the society into one torn by class conflicts. The new Sinocentric capitalist expansion sharpens the problems for the US and Germany in the long World War II order, post-World War II order. The US dominance and exploitation are still covered by a democratic facade. China's attempt to challenge American hegemony and to assert its global power is less subtle, and the exploitation is more direct and brutal. The disputes over the seas may imply the possible transition of the hegemony of consent in the American model to be gradually replaced by the hegemony of coercion with the Chinese characteristic. Class elements comes in the analysis when we examine fishing industry as an example. China is currently supporting the world's largest fishing fleet to manifest its ocean aggression. Economic and technological power is fundamentally more important than traditionally military power in establishing global leadership. China believes that its strength as a fishing nation contributes to its global sea power that gives the country more influence in the international system. Developing fishing industry is actually a part of China's marine economy that covers many different sectors, including shipping, shipbuilding, mining, travel and tourism, hydrocarbon resources industry, and so on, which is considered by the authoritarian state as a means to boost economic growth instead of enacting difficult economic reform. China's distant water vessels operate around the globe due to overfishing and pollution of Chinese coastal waters. China's two-decade-old policy of subsidizing fishing reflects its ocean economic expansion ambition and assertion of national revival to claim its share of maritime resources. Food security and economic factors are the main reasons for the outward expansion of China's marine fishery. The considerable depletion of domestic maritime resources leads to the rise of unemployment in China's fishing industry. To release its unemployment pressures, China's developed its aquaculture and distant water fishing. China's seafood consumption represents 1/3 of the world total, while exporting half its seafood production to the developed countries. The demand for animal protein of China's population undergoes rapid economic development. Seafood enriches the food basket of both its urban and rural areas. As the middle class expands, the domestic consumption of high-value fish product is also rising. As mentioned, about half of the fish, especially the high-value species that China catches, is exported to developed countries. The global food chain provides strong motivation to the large-scale extraction, processing, and export of fish meal from the global south to distant high-end markets and distribute to consumers who have no connections with the socio-environmental conditions of the food production. Such global system, accelerated by neoliberal globalization, creates the engagement that China seemingly can hardly be blamed alone for overfishing. So you got the charts of the kind of total numbers of China's maritime catch and all that, and the consumption. The absolute global footprint of fishing is much larger than those of other forms of food production. It is estimated more than 95% of the ocean have been fished, and it is much higher than the fraction of land used in agriculture or grazing. Global fishery covers more than 200 million kilometers, compared with 50 million kilometers for agriculture. Driven by profit than food needs, China's distant water fishing industry has to seek fish stocks further afield to plunder resources in order to meet the market demands, even with devastating environmental consequences. Its distinct water fishing fleet travels further to fish, affecting areas outside Asia. Its fishing vessels are often accused of violating the rules around environmental protection and sustainable fishing. At the same time, China focuses on turning the South China Sea and East China Sea into the so-called Chinese lakes, precisely because the region's fisheries and marine environment are at stake. Chinese fishing boats in these regions are not just used to catch fish, but have been used as proceeds of militia to assert maritime claims. The huge operations of Chinese fleet that has been charged for overfishing the world's ocean aroused many criticism. For example, China has the worst record in the world on the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing index in 2019. Chinese fishing vessels are infamous for their disregard for norms and defying other sovereignty that threatens the stability of many maritime countries that depend on the ocean's resources for food and economic development. Chinese distant water fish have been accused of using forced labor to produce fish, so on and so forth. For example, this chart showed that quite a number of Chinese vessels use the flags of other nations to cover its identity while they are fishing. But sometimes it's legal, but sometimes it's not illegal. Sometimes it's illegal. And then, kind of has been charged for using forced labor. From China's own perspective, its worldwide hunt for fish is to get its equal shares with the ocean resources that have been exploited by the most economically developed countries. China's far sea overfishing as part of the capital expansion can be grasped as the double bind of appropriation-expropriation. It is a transgression to the legislative order set up by the Western hegemon in decline. But the endeavor to so-called get even or obtain equality also creates some paradoxes. China's growth has never been egalitarian within its own society, though its speed has been very fast. Though statistically, average incomes in China has risen quickly, and it results with the general reduction of wealth inequality over the last 2 decades. Different sectors of the Chinese population have done much better than others, thus widening the income gap and escalating internal inequality. Indeed, further unequal growth in China may even contribute to increasing rather than decreasing global inequality. For instance, China's distant water fishing operations in West Africa potentially impacts food security and livelihood there, since half of the animal protein in West African diet comes from fish, and fishing is a major source of employment for many African countries. So you can see a kind of 2.9 million tons of fish have been harvested, mainly in West Africa, even though the activities in other places are intense, but because the fish stocks in other areas, in other oceans are running out. So that explains why most Chinese ships, distant fleet, would go to West Africa. China may want to cooperate with regard to sustainable fishing management, but it has an enforcement problem in monitoring its own illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Indeed, developed countries play a key role in shaping Chinese behavior. While China largely accepts international norms and laws on fisheries, at the same time, it also carefully observes how developed countries deal with the same norms and laws in practice. If the behavior of developed countries contradicts the rhetoric of sustainability, China will not have any reason to believe it should not act in a similar fashion. There's actually a huge demand in developed countries for products from unsustainable fisheries. As a result, it incentivizes the great expansion of the Chinese distant water fishing industry. China, being the world's largest product of fish products, both wild catch and aquaculture, plays a very significant role in the sustainable management of international fisheries, which is also a major issue of environmental, economic, and food security implications. There are laws and regulations in China to govern its fishing industry for sustainability, just like you can look at the table. But in China has joined numbers of fisheries institutes that govern international resource management. However, the enforcement of these rules and agreements remains a problem. The state's economic objectives have also predominantly eclipsed the sustainability targets. Moreover, fishery is a type of collective action conundrum. That means unless all participants cooperate to manage the ocean resources sustainably, the collective good will not be obtained. So I come to the last kind of part where it's about how to invent in the age of water. Michel shares in The Birth of Thesis writes that as the call invent the ages of water. What does it mean by inventing the ages of water? I understand the impacts generated by China's overfishing and the global reach of its sea power in the materialist frame as fluid dynamics. The early reform period of the nation, though producing eddies and swell, could be seen as smooth flows that has brought mutual economic benefits to itself as well as to other nations. But the recent surge of China's own transformation results with strong turbulence and can be categorized as tough flows. Given China's growingly aggressive actions in global scale, it is not surprising that the nation is generally depicted as an evil actor in world politics and environmental issues. The emphasis on China's threat alone, however, cannot fully describe the complex interplay of forces and intertwined relations in understanding and thinking the problem of climate change and the Anthropocene, let alone all the political entanglements. In the world that deviates from equilibrium and the established hegemony is crumbling, the China threat is conceptually singled out as vortices that constitute major components of turbulent flows. The vortex rose its stickiness outwards to affect the global fluxes and countercurrents, creating the situation for changes, dissipations, deformation, and spiraling towards its end. In what way can we think with the oceans as a theoretical guidance, not as a metaphor, but a vibrant matter in the world? Even if thinking with ocean is a sheer fiction, a fiction that is not entirely comprehended by humans, can fiction constitute a matter that can engage and move us? Isn't the discourse of nation-state, sovereignty, territorial boundary also fiction, then that forms today's reality and world order? Indeed, this so-called reality relies more on fiction to cover its emptiness. When individual efforts fail to bring changes or generate changes not in accordance to our plan, and we are no longer willing to be subjected to the state power or to be manipulated by great power rivalry, we endeavor to think with oceans in order to reconfigure the non-human environment for productive ends, to transform the power relations among existing human communities, and to open up ourselves to an unknown agency that may be capable of determining our future. The attempt indicates a shift from seeing non-human oceans as mere repositories of human meaning to be endowed with causal agency in their own right. But it is not enough, since the emphasis on non-human agency may ignore non-humans' role in the constitution of human subjectivity, i.e., how oceans play a constitutive role in human subject formation. Instead, I propose a double project of adapting and overcoming human-non-human interactions by highlighting how human beings invoke knowledge of ocean as the basis of claims against other human beings in a struggle for the determination of the future of human-ocean relations. The human knowledge of the oceans loops back into human society with political consequences, constituting a dialectical relationship. New or novel modes of objectifying the ocean give human agency, new ways of making claims against other actors that may form the basics of new self-definition and the mobilization of resources in order to change existing ways of interacting with the non-human environment and each other. At the end, it may imply that new human-ocean relations facilitate the constitution of collective human subjectivity. Okay, thanks.
Thanks very much, Casey, for your presentation. We now have Q&A session for about 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, so can I just invite comment? Sorry, 15 minutes.
Closing remarks.
All right, okay, so we have to leave some time for the closing remarks. Okay, so we've got about 15 minutes for Q&A. Any questions, comments? Anyone? Jessica.
Can I invite Casey and Catherine both, if you would like to elaborate even a little bit more about this perhaps theoretical possibility or difficulty of thinking about non-human agents, non-human agencies?
I suppose in the context of my presentation today, one of the things that I wanted to emphasize was that the effect of non-humans in constituting human subjectivities in the late Anthropocene, despite the fact that the activities that I was focusing on were not strongly engaging with the environmental implications of their behavior. Nevertheless, their moral subjectivities, their way of dealing with the complexities and the contradictions and the discomforts of life in the late Anthropocene still very much involved human-animal entanglements. I don't think in terms of my research, I can remember when I came back from the field and there's the a lot of interest in the ontological turn in anthropology, and really centering, I suppose, non-human agents as our focus for analysis. But I think perhaps I was making a point today by specifically not doing that, because what really this activity was about was, well, I mean, you could take an against the grain reading and write the research in an interesting way that did foreground the animals, and that would be an interesting project. And yet, from my research, it was very much abundantly clear that this was about animals were achieving things for humans. Yeah.
I guess this would be a very difficult question. I just, at the end of my presentation, I just try to kind of look for different directions. Well, because these days, we always love to kind of saying we give back agency to non-human beings, non-human animals, or even like ocean is considered as a vivid kind of living beings. When we try to understand the way how human interact with oceans throughout the human history, this kind of new determinism, new materialism-driven kind of theorization, yes, they ask new questions like, we no longer just think what this non-human represent or symbolize. We also try to focus on what they do by kind of giving them or ascribing kind of agency to this non-human living being or matters. But somehow I think it's not enough because it's always it's too much for human to understand what is really going on. Otherwise, we just fall back into the so-called naive realism by kind of accepting all this non-human entity as some sort of pre-given, self-evident kind of entities. So I would try to kind of look for not necessarily alternative, but try to put more emphasis on the interactions between non-human and human. The way how Chinese, for example, in the context of my discussions, for a very long time, China, that's land-based or landlocked. Not necessarily landlocked because China has a very long coastal zone. But somehow it's always considered as a land-based civilization. But only in modern time, we try to compete with other nation states. So using all these old discourse of nation state, but somehow will kind of open up a new possibility to rethink or imagine its relation or the national relation with oceans. And precisely by kind of using the imagination about oceans to redefine itself. So I kind of try to go in that direction to try to highlight the possible dialectics between non-human, that is ocean in this context, and the Chinese nation itself, without excluding or replacing the old discourse, because they're always there. You're not able to substitute it with this new materialist discourse of non-human agency. So I kind of rather to look at the way, if there any possibility of change in this interaction. So the national discourse, with its border-making kind of fixity, would it be kind of loosened up when they have a new understanding of its relation with ocean? Even though, yes, the trend seems very much like, following the American model, turning the sea into, its own private zone, militarize the sea, control all the routes and all that. But I think, yes, the rival will try to compete, with the hegemon, and somehow it's kind of mirror imaging kind of thing, a mechanism. However, that could be a new possibility of change, even though that change could be subtle, but as long as we look very carefully at that, I guess it would bring changes to China, hopefully, and even to change its own mechanism. So I don't know whether I answered your question. But we are running out of time, right?
I think we've got about 6 or 7 minutes left. Any other questions?
Wei Ping. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. I have two questions for Casey, and also, can I ask question for Sunny Wong? Do we include Sunny Wong here in this panel? Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Please go
Two
ahead.
quick questions for. I was fascinated by the remapping of the ocean for Casey's presentation. I just wondering because maybe the screen is too small for us to study the area of northeastern Australian Pacific area. Usually we see the fishing area along the coastal side, along the coastal lines, but then that area in the Pacific and with northeastern Australia, I saw a lot of mapped area, and I wonder what they are. And the question, another question for Casey, sorry, is that what do you think about talking about West Africa? How about the West African pirates? I'm just wondering if what role would the pirates play, especially China try to get rid of the pirates in West Africa. And well, to save time, my question for Sunny is that what kind of inspiration you got when your body contact with natural materials? For example, your fingertips connection with the textile, you're breathing into glass. Yeah, so those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, so two questions to Casey.
Just a very quick response. Well, thanks for Howard. Well, the shape you have seen are the EEZ, the exclusive economic zones. Well, that is for 200 nautical miles from the coast of many of these coastal states. They claim that it belongs to their sovereignty. Kind of since America somehow make that claim, all other coastal nations will follow. And it has been endorsed by the United Nations. And then second questions, the pilots, mainly the Somalian pilots, very famous. Well, they're driven to be private because, it is believed that most of these pirates actually were fishermen, but they are driven to unemployment because of overfishing from other nations in their coastal area. So they're not able to have any harvest from the fish stores. So in order to survive, they become pirates.
Thank you.
So, one question to Sunny Wang, please.
Okay. So thank you, Howard, for the question. So the question is, for me, my fingers actually have brain. So what I feel, I always say to my students when they are making, the fingers actually lead your feeding, and then also they have a thinking in the hand. So when my hand touch glass or touch the material or the canvas, actually there is a response between the skin and then the muscle. And actually glass blowing is the muscle memory. It's seeing through the eye, then through the muscle. So remember, the muscle action is very important. So I always thinking about making for craftsmanship for the artist. The hand is essential. The touch is essential. You're not always thinking through. Actually, we are thinking through the hands. We are navigating through the hands. This is very important for artists who make their work. But for artists who make installation, they don't actually make the work. The thinking process is different. But for me, the way I create my work, the touch is very important. And they integrate between eye, brain, and the hand, muscle, and brain. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting.
All right, thanks very much. Can I just share very briefly an observation about the presentations this afternoon? I think Casey's presentation actually resonates with not just with Catherine's presentation, but also with a lot of the paper presentations this morning. I mean, it seems to me what Casey is trying to do is to, rather than reverting or substituting the old paradigms about how we relate ourselves to other, you're trying to put into play different ways of thinking about, human and non-human agents, and so on and so forth. I mean, you began by talking about this duality that was built into this thinking put forward by the Hoshang, and you try to. It seems to me you're trying to put into play all these different ways of imagining our relations with the rest of the world. I mean, so it actually resonates with I mean, the networks of agents that Catherine talked about in her presentation, but also about the, I mean, how in a desert environment, for example, all these different players come into the picture. So with that, we've come to the end of the symposium. So very much, thanks very much. A big thank you to everyone for the presentation. So let me just hand over to Casey.
Jessica, do you want to come to sit in front of the camera? Well, I guess we'll use time to say thanks to all the people who are supporting this symposium. We really like to have a heartfelt kind of gratitude to all the panelists, discussant presenters, and also people who are helping the making this symposium possible, like AC Hall's colleagues, Sui, Stella, and our supporting staff, Fiona, and many others. So without your help, it could not happen, and we run pretty smoothly today. Surprisingly, I guess, with this kind of technical kind of issue, that we are never familiar with. So we are running quite well. So once again, thanks a lot for all your support and all the wonderful presentations and the dialogues kind of. So as the title of our symposium is the Wind, Water, Cloud, where we also, we somehow, yes, we understand the blowing in the wind, kind of evaporating in the water and to the cloud is the process, but somehow we're also aiming at turning all these presentations into something more concrete. So we are looking to turn it into at least an anthology of collected essay. So hopefully, those who have joined us, online, from different parts of the world, can also think about, you could be a potential contributors other than our presenters here. So we will be announcing, more about the progress of this publication plan, in the future. So let's see how that works.
It isn't easy to organize or do anything at all in Hong Kong this day and age. And thank you for standing with us, and please continue standing with us. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.